8 minutes after the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. How about that ought to fire you up? If you don't, your wood's wet. rickandbubba.com. It's a website. You can find everything possible about the show right there. One-stop shop. Interns today. I see Millie Vanilli Wafer. She's in there with show prep on the phones at 866 We Be Big. Picking and cheering will be here in a little bit. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rocking. But let's bring in the main character of this whole fiasco. That's Greg Burgess.
What's up, buddy?
How are you today?
Oh, fired up.
Huh?
Right
Are you?
around. Yeah, I'm as fired up as I can be.
Your arm looks like it's on fire. What happened?
I was grilling yesterday.
Got you a little spot there on your arm.
And the lid was closed, the metal lid. And I reached across to get something, a spatula or something.
Oh.
And I stuck my arm on top of the grill. Now, it'll burn you, by the way.
The top of the grill gets
That's
hot.
hot, man.
Greg, the top of the grill gets very hot.
Yeah, it gets hot after you've let it preheat. Now you've got food in it. And it's been hot. It's been going a while. It's probably about, 450. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what were you cooking?
I was cooking chicken and hamburgers.
You love you some chicken.
And I was also cooking hot dogs to feed Marty and Buddy.
Okay.
They were out there. And if they're there, usually it's just Buddy. For some reason, Marty showed up. He's normally just been coming in the middle of the night, but he was actually there yesterday afternoon. And they sit there because I cut up little hot dogs and throw them pieces of it.
Okay.
Do
you ever take a bite?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Absolutely. I throw them a couple. I'll eat a little
Are they
bit.
plain, or you put a little sauce on them
Plain.
so the dogs are eating plain?
Yeah. Beef.
Well, you got your nice little mark there.
Yeah, stuck to the top of the thing there.
It almost looks like, you know that suction cup therapy stuff that they do? I don't know if that's what it's called, but I remember everybody started seeing that when Michael Phelps showed up at the Olympics. He had all these marks on his back and arms, and I think that's when. And so that's what it looks like almost.
Yeah.
Looks like you've been getting some suction cup therapy on your
right
arm.
there on my forearm.
Does it hurt? Greg, it looks like it would hurt a little bit.
Nah, it doesn't. Not now.
Did you cuss when it happened?
Not too bad.
Greg, it's a reaction.
Yeah, I probably did.
Yeah. See, I think I've matured a long way. I really have. I've come a long way. Long way to go, but I've come a long way. But in instances like that, I still have some growth.
The one that gets me worse, and it happens, every now and then, is the barefoot toe on the corner of the bed.
Yes.
When I hit that, man, that hurts, and it'll make you just say all kinds of things.
Yeah, it will.
Hurts.
It does.
It's like they're turning up a volume, too, because when you first hit it, and then also it's like, pain. It's not immediate pain. It's like it ramps up.
Well, the Speedy is out this week. He, if you're wondering why he hasn't chimed in, if you've not been with us this week, he's out. He's vacating. He's got him a little vacation going. Him and his wife Terry. They're in Myrtle Beach. And so he may be back with us Friday, I think. But that's why we have been Speedyless this past week. So I have I've had something going on in my life for the last it's coming up on a year. And I didn't think it would last this long, if I'm just being honest. And we've talked about it. I've gotten several.
Or a bad thing?
Well, Greg, I don't want to get into that part of it. Okay,
put you on the spot.
And several of you have emailed asking, "Hey, how's this going in your world?" So last year, my youngest daughter, who is 8, came to my wife and I and said, "I want to start riding horses."
And now y'all have no horse tie to your family at all.
No.
You got these families,
Greg,
generations of horse people.
And I hate to say this because Miss Anna at Lachlan Farms will make sure this doesn't happen. She'll make sure this is happening by the end of the week if I say this out loud. But I am going to go ahead. I'm 43 and I've never been on a horse. I don't know that Amanda.
I think I've only been on one.
I don't know that Amanda has. I
have rode an elephant.
You have, Greg.
Yeah,
you certainly have.
But you're right. I have no, and I think horses are beautiful.
They are.
I love looking at horses and all that.
Awesome creatures.
I love the race horses and all this stuff. But
yes,
I've just never had a lot of interaction with horses.
Well, when she came to us, she found this show on Netflix called Free Rein. And it's all about horses and teenagers and horses. It's kind of like a sitcom kind of thing. That's what started all this mess. Then she started watching videos on YouTube. And so we gave in August and said, okay, you want to ride horses? We'll start doing a horse lesson once a week. So we did this at a place for about a couple months. And I could see after every week she was falling in love with this. You know, there's something to say about little girls and their horses. I mean, there's that, you've heard that, and it's true.
Yeah.
And so there is a draw there that's very, very unique. And so we did this at this one spot. Very, very thankful for that one spot out by Helena, about where Speedy lives in Helena. It was a nice introduction to horse riding and horse riding lessons and everything about it. And then, due to some scheduling and location and all that, we have moved her out to Lachlan Farms.
Ooh,
and Miss Anna's a big, huge fan of the show.
Yeah.
And so she had actually sent me.
We're big with horse people.
We are, and if you don't know that. And she sent me an email and said, "Hey, listen, if you ever need anything horse wise, as far as questions, or we're right down the road, and we'd love
to learn how to shoe a horse. Just let me
know." So we ended up reaching out, and so she's been there for months now, just months and months of just weekly lessons and learning all these new things and riding different horses, different sizes of horses, and learning to train horses. This is an 8-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And it scares me to death, to be honest. I mean, I'm getting more comfortable with it, but it's kind of frightening. And so we're coming up on summer, and so the thing to do in summer, if you're a horse, is go to horse camp.
Oh, we got a horse camp. So, and again, you thought this would be faded.
I did.
A long time.
I thought it would be. I thought we would be done with this, and I thought, hey, something we'll do a couple months, we'll be done with it, and I can move on about my life. She'll probably start playing tennis with the other two, or maybe even. I mean, she tried to play soccer during the COVID year, and that shut everything down. She was doing a little gymnastics here. I thought, well, she'll choose one of these. No way she chooses horses. We try to limit our activities at our house. And so that's been our world. So this week is horse camp. Greg, she's dropped off at 8 o'clock in the morning and picked up at 3. And I thought, well, this will wear her down. She'll be done with it. It'll burn her out. No. She gets mad when we pick her up at 3.
You know what that means? Time to buy a horse.
Not buying a horse, Greg. Not doing it.
Yeah, we had this discussion when it started. But
I know. See, it's getting real now. And here's the thing.
Look, Miss what's her name will make you a good deal.
Miss Anna. Yeah. And so here's the thing.
Miss Anna will give you a deal.
This about 10, 11 months ago, we started off one lesson per 2 weeks. It's turned into a lesson per week for several months. Now we're at a horse camp for all week, and this is where, Greg, don't miss what I'm about to say. This weekend, Maddie does her first horse show.
Oh, you got a horse show? I didn't know they did that.
Oh yeah, it's a big. I don't know anything about it, but I know it's a big deal.
Yeah, you kind of know, but
I have been pulled into the horse showing world.
You never thought that would happen.
No.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have a horse and a horse trailer. You're gonna have all that. You got to get a vehicle to pull it. So.
No, Greg, they supply the horses. Not buying a horse.
Yeah, you watch.
Thank you, Miss Anna. She's loving it.
Rick and Bubba.
Mississippi State goes on to beat Virginia in the College World Series. Exciting night for the Bulldogs as they look like they're on a collision course with the Wolfpack from NC State. Greg, I will be honest, I gave up on that game. Went to bed. It got a little late for me in regards to us have our schedule. But how about Mississippi State comes back and wins that ball game?
That's awesome. I stopped by just flipping through and watched Virginia go up 4-0.
Yeah, that's.
And then I thought, and I knew I was going to fall asleep.
I did too.
And I thought, oh boy, they're not getting a really good start here. But wow,
how about that?
They came back.
Exciting finish. Heartbreaker for Virginia. Vandy, Tennessee went home yesterday, so Texas beat them, and then Vandy plays Stanford today. So we'll see how they do.
Yeah.
I got another sports question for you. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this.
Sports trivia.
But I do want to ask you this because my son told me this. This is so how out of the loop I am on things.
Okay.
And I thought it caught me off guard. We got the NBA playoffs right now. We're down to the final 4 teams. Can you tell me who the final 4 teams are?
Atlanta.
And you know that only because of what I've been telling you about the Hawks and my son's obsession with them. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'll stop you there. I couldn't name any of the 3 teams when Braden asked me.
Atlanta. I know the Clippers were in it.
Okay.
Are they still in it?
They're in it. So that's 2.
Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay, now I'm very impressed because that's 3.
And I'm not. Well, I don't know how I know this, by the way.
And the Hawks will play the Bucks, I think, starting today.
So there's 1 left.
Yes. This team is actually
Brooklyn Nets.
No, this team is actually up 2-0 in the Western Conference Finals. The Phoenix Suns.
I saw that yesterday. I should have had that.
So you have 4 teams that haven't been.
I don't know how
won a championship, been there, and forever playing in the NBA. They're in the Final 4 of the NBA. I don't think they don't call it the Final 4.
I have not watched one
Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference.
One dribble.
No, I haven't either.
This playoffs been going on a long time. Or is it just me? I mean, how many teams did they start with?
Oh yeah, the NBA playoffs go on forever, and you got a good shot of making it.
So even if you're not good, you got a chance.
Well, you still gotta be decent. But
I think I remember the Bucks because I don't remember in my lifetime the Bucks ever being anything. I may be wrong.
Braden tried to give me some stat yesterday about one of them. A couple of them hadn't been to this stage since the 70s. One's never been, and the other one it was the 50s. Now, I don't know if this is a 15-year-old boy talking, so it seems to know more about it than I do.
Well, yeah, it seems like the Bucks. I remember watching a special on their mascot that would do all them tricks and slam dunk, kind of like the gorilla for the Suns.
Yeah,
they had one. He was a buck.
Sure.
I saw him. That's about all I know about the Bucks.
Well, I don't want to spend this segment talking about the NBA. I just didn't know that those 4 teams were in it. Caught me off guard. Knew about the Hawks, but that was it. Yesterday, if you missed the kickoff hour, we had an interesting question kind of kicking around and got some great advice from Chuck and Hoover in regards to parenting. Yeah. Got a lot of emails on that. And so, hey, go back and listen to the podcast or watch the archive on YouTube. It's really good. Today, Rick, it's Bible study day. Don't know if you know that.
Wednesday.
He's going through How to Be a Man. It's a trilogy. The trilogy. There's 3 books out there. You know what they call that, Greg? A trilogy.
That's called a trilogy.
They're in the 3rd book, Discovering What It Means to Be a Disciple. Session 2 is today, 12 p.m. YouTube Live. It'll be archived. If you just want the audio only, archived at burgessministries.com. But you can see that live on YouTube today, 12 p.m. Central Time. How to Be a Man, Discovering What It Means to Be a Disciple, Session 2. So, and it'll be archived on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
I think that's the house cleaning items I had. Speedy is out. If you're wondering why I'm running my mouth so much this week, that's Speedy is out. He will be back hopefully on Friday. A little vacay. What do you got, Greg? You got that look about you.
I mentioned this to you earlier. This is not going to spend a lot of time on it, but we know Nick Cannon, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Greg, this is your story of the day, I've noticed, because we've been talking about this morning.
Nick's doing his part to keep the human race alive.
He is. He sure is.
Nick is expecting some model announced that that she is carrying his child, and when this child is born, it will be his 4th child born in less than a year. Is that me?
Yeah. Scared me to death because I thought it was me. I thought, what if I'd hit over here?
Do you hear what I said?
It's usually not my
4th.
word.
Now, there are a set of twins here, but still, Within a year, 4 children.
Now, I know we're supposed to be fruitful and multiply, but I don't think this was the intention.
He's really buying into this fruitful thing. And he explained in 2016 that we're here to be fruitful and multiply. That's
really?
What
So
we're
he
made
actually
for.
used that.
He actually did. So
wow,
he is doing his part, and 4 kids in 12 months. That's quite a show. I think he's got a total of 7 kids. I think he's got. Don't he have a set of twins with Mariah Carey? I may be
so
wrong
you said
there.
that. I knew him and Mariah were married at one point. I didn't know they had twins.
I think I'm right. I could be wrong. But
well, he's doing his part for society, it sounds like, as far as making sure the population's intact.
Just to keep score, last week he welcomed his twin sons. And then in December, he welcomed a daughter. Her name is Powerful Queen Cannon.
Are all these women okay with this?
Evidently they are. One was a DJ. I guess one of these, and
how's it go?
They spin the sounds.
Yeah. I just want to see
not
you
radio DJ.
Something about that with a burn on your arm. It made it a little more edgy.
That. And then his daughter was born to a model, and this next one I believe is a model. But Nick's doing his part to keep the human race alive. Let's go ahead. I think it's that turban he wears every now and then. You ever seen him with his turban on?
I have.
But anyway, so how about Nick? The list continues to grow. He's making a good living.
So
he needs to. I'll tell you that.
That's your
he
story
needs to make
for
a lot
day.
of money.
He does.
Yeah.
Quite the.
I don't know how many people can say that I've had 4 kids born in 1 year.
No,
it's a small group probably.
That may be one of those Guinness Book of World Records.
But
I don't know. Right. Willamette is still in play, if that's your jam. Not so much for me, but it's still in play. If y'all be listening today, tomorrow, Friday, who knows? Still in play.
Yeah.
We'll see. When we come back, I'm going to go one-on-one with Greg Burgess. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm going to use my little books here.
It's getting his little books out.
The what-ifs and the would-you-rathers. And we're going to go one-on-one with Greg Burgess.
Bring it on.
Hang with us. This will be interesting.
Would you rather?
It may not be any good, but it's going to be interesting.
There you go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour. It is the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Welcome in, welcome back, whatever the case. We are just honored that you would make us just a little smidgen of your day. We know there's a lot of options out there, and so not sure why you'd pick this one, but thankful you do. Greg?
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by MyPillow.com. You know, if you're looking for other truly unique gift items or just new items to improve your own life this summer, check out my store at MyPillow.com. The promo code Bubba will also save you big time on everything you buy. Think of this as your new Amazon, but only a little better and without having to support some of the agendas that they support. You know, some of the examples, they got military flags, patriotic decorations. They got Save My Blades as a way to keep your razor blades sharper longer. How about that? Brittany's all-natural moisturizing soaps, essential oils, Coral Sun cooling spray mist, just hundreds of items to choose from. MyPillow's also offering our listeners a premium pillows for just $29.98. That's them great pillows. You can get them for $29.98. Now, that's a great deal. All you need to do is use promo code Bubba under the radio listener square at MyPillow.com. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square and use the code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Thank you for that, sir. So
there.
One of the things that, and by the way, I can't sleep without the pillow.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, it is something that is it's like a modern day marvel to me. I cannot figure it out.
$29.98, you're getting a deal on these.
So from time to time, we do this thing that frustrates me to no end called Would You Rather or What If, where I ask a bunch of different questions to Greg and Speedy. Speedy's out this week; he's on vacation. And so they take it into areas in which bothers me. It frustrates me. And I think, you know, it's good for the audience when anything is going bad on my part. Yeah. And it's a good thing.
Sure.
So, but I thought this morning would go one-on-one with Greg Burgess. And so for those of you that are wondering, because I get emails on this all the time, this is one of the books that we use for this, 2000 Would You Rather Questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so there it is. Nice.
I thought you made them up.
This one we don't go too much. It's the what if. Listener brought these by, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
But these are more of the I can turn these into questions they did that can be more just for you. And I want the audience to know something. I asked Greg in the break. I said, Greg, do you want me to give you a heads up on any of these questions? And he said, absolutely not.
I'm going
Don't want
first
to know
thought.
Anything, which is typical you.
I'm going first thought on all of them.
So we'll start off with this one. If you were suddenly made the leader of the country, what would be the first change you'd make?
First change I would make.
Of our country, the great U.S. of A., what change would you make? And if you want to simply go pass and hey, I'm going to think about that, that's fine too.
The first change.
And I'm not answering these. This is a one-on-one with Greg Burgess.
I'll be honest. Maybe I should have thought because I can't think of. I mean, there's a lot of things you'd like to change, but nothing's just grabbing me. I mean, do I want to be that guy and get political? You know,
that's usually the first.
Yeah, one thing I would change.
All right, we'll move on.
I say build the wall back. There you go.
Okay.
Boom.
Wow, you heard it. All right, I think this is more this one will not take long. I don't think for you. If you wrote a song, okay, famous song, and you had to pick one performer, who would sing it? Who would it be?
Bob Seger.
Okay. See, I knew that's just right up your alley.
But growing up, I've just always liked Bob Seger, and I think he sings a good story song. And of course, if I wrote it, it'd be a story song. Come on.
That's what's going to be my next question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd make up some characters and come up with a story song because Bob Seger sounds good singing those type.
I know you and Rick always. You guys are the music guys and play instruments and like to sing, like that
Kinda.
whole world. Well, you do. I mean, that's. Is it? Have you ever thought about the songwriting side of things? Like, hey, I would like to write a song. Has that ever? Like, have you ever tried to write a song?
Oh yeah.
See, we always talk about the playing and Mr. Lucky.
If you hear the Fat Chance CD,
okay,
they're half and half. Some of them were Greenwood songs, and some of them were songs we wrote. So
see, to me, Greenwood. To me, he would be more of a songwriter,
and he really is.
Yeah,
but I'm not a lyric guy, but we used to come up with the little melodies and the riffs and all that, and then you just piece them together.
Outside, this is a little different. Outside of your phone and your texting app, if you could only have one app on your phone, you can still text and you can still call. What app outside of those two would you have? You can only have one. What's it going to be?
Weather.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you choose weather over email? And I probably should have included email with the first two.
Yes, I wasn't thinking that.
I'll take it out. I'll take it out. So it'd be.
And
weather.
to be honest, if it wasn't for this job, I wouldn't even care about the email being on there.
Some say you don't care anyway.
Well, that's a good point. But I do have to check, like, for, hey, this commercial didn't run, stuff like that. Now, anything beyond that, I'm usually okay. I'll get to that in a minute, and then I forget.
If you had to exercise every day, every single day for 30 minutes to an hour, but you could only do one exercise, what's it going to be?
Rowing. The rowing machine.
I get it. I didn't know that's what you were going to say.
Rowing.
But I love the rower.
Yeah, it just does so many things.
Okay.
Huh? And it don't pound your knee joints.
See, I would have just went, and you know what? Probably get a treadmill, and I'll walk and jog. Not going to run, but I'll walk and jog.
Shirtless rowing. That's it. Huh.
I want a rower, by the way.
I do too. I keep telling myself I'm going to buy one.
And
but then if I do, I won't use it.
Well, but here's the thing about a rower. It's easier to move it out of the way.
Yeah.
A lot of them fold up.
The ones
a lot of them
like
slide under beds.
At CrossFit, Concept.
E3 Concepts
whatever it was.
or something.
You can pick them up one hand.
Yeah. And you, like you said, you're working several different. It's low impact. Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't think about that, but that's
rowing machine.
Here's another one. If you could magically be better at something than you currently are, what would you choose to be better at?
Magically be better. I would magically like to be able to play golf really well.
Okay.
Even though I don't play golf,
that catches me off guard too.
Yes.
So of all the things, if you could just say,
I would like. They'd be looking, going, "What happened to Greg? Where did he come from? Wow, he's good at golf. Never played Davis. I don't know why. I've liked golf and I would like to play it, but I've never put the time in it. And I would like if I could snap my fingers, because I know. See, now it would take so much to get good at it. But you said snap your fingers and be good at it. So that was the first thing.
All right. If you're just joining us, 1-on-1 with Greg Burgess out of the What If book. If you started a book club, I know how you like to read, Greg.
I do.
If you started a book club, you could invite 3 people. Who would they be?
In a book club?
Yes.
3 people.
Yes. You can't invite Speedy or myself.
Donald Trump.
Or Greenwood.
Donald Trump.
Okay. Wow.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Favre and Dale Earnhardt Jr. I'm just throwing names out there.
So now I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna hold you to this. You can invite friends outside of Speedy and myself. You can't invite us. It can't be a famous person. Who are you going?
Oh my goodness! I don't
you
even
can
know
use Greenwood here.
Yeah, Greenwood definitely. I think we're in a club kind of like that. Gerald Cates.
I knew that.
I don't think he knows how to read. Little Lee Hubbard.
Okay, that's kind of where I thought you'd go there.
There you go.
You 3 in a book club.
Yeah.
Picture that.
But then can Dale Jr. and Brett Favre them come over too at times just to visit from
absolutely.
the celebrity class?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Couple more. If someone today in your 50s, if someone challenged you to a running race, would you take them up on it?
Is it distance or speed?
It's speed.
I won't win, but I'll take them up on it.
You will take. You'll say.
I'm not going to win. Unless they may be 70 years old. You didn't say, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying if anybody.
I'd give it a shot.
And it may be that you
it ain't going to end well.
Helms, that's circumstantial. Depends on the situation.
It ain't going to end well.
But you would say yes. See, I'm in a mode where I think, whatever.
No, I'm at least have a show.
You're still in your 50s going to go, I'm in. Okay.
Yeah. I may pull a hamstring.
Like Speedy did that day out here?
Yeah, like somebody shot him.
That was rough.
It was.
Tough scene.
Of course, a lot of people thought he faked it because Adler had him beat.
I know.
But I did see he actually tore a muscle. You could see an indention in it.
Yes.
So
one of my favorite things about that was doing the recap with his wife Terry and her laughing. She was horse laughing about it.
Oh yeah, she no sympathy
at all. If you decided to start a blog today, Greg,
good Lord,
what would it be about?
A blog.
Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna start a blog.
If you started a blog today, what would it be about?
A blog?
Yes.
What would it be about?
Yep.
Goodness gracious, what would a blog be about? What would my blog? Let me think. Oh, my goodness. I'm so far removed from blogs.
I am too. But, I mean, that's
this 80s hair metal bands.
Okay. So that's a good answer.
I'm going with that.
Last one, and I'll leave you alone. If you couldn't get into trouble for anything, what's the one thing you would do?
So trouble means, well, not still. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
If it's against the law, legally, not a good thing. Probably spending some time in jail.
Not pay taxes.
Okay. All right. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one.
That'd be number one.
All right. This one, I said last one, but I can't resist.
You never found another one.
If you could get something back that you don't have anymore, what would it be?
My dad's 1973 Bronco.
How about that? That was quick.
I was talking about it the other day. Could have got it. And those things now, people, I mean, they're worth a lot of money. Plus, I just wished I'd have kept it. He got rid of it and even offered, hey, you want? Yeah. And I don't want it. Big regret.
Okay. Well, I didn't know you'd have that one so quick.
Oh, yeah. I was actually talking about it because I saw one that was fixed up. Yeah. And I thought, man, if I'd have just kept that thing.
Well, there it was.
Yep.
One-on-one with Greg Burgess out of the What If book.
Yep.
See, I like the way this went.
That last one was easy.
Don't know if the audience cared anything about it, but I surely did.
But you know, if they want to come challenge me to a race, then bring it on. That's all I can say.
We'll be back. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
51 minutes after the hour. We're wrapping up the kickoff hour right here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, I'm going to read a headline to you, and we won't spend a whole lot of time on this, but this just caught me off guard this morning because I didn't know that this happened. All right, a lot to take in here. Okay, hang with me. Martin Luther King killer's ex-wife.
Time out. Martin Luther, the person who killed Martin Luther King. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
His wife, ex-wife.
Not his wife, his ex-wife.
Martin, I'm going to read the headline. Try to play it.
That's James Earl Ray. Is that who it is?
I think it is, Greg.
Okay.
It's very well done. Martin Luther King killer's ex-wife charged with cruelty against 44 dogs.
44 dogs.
44 dogs.
So James Earl Ray's ex-wife,
Anna Shonda Ray,
has been
she's 74.
charged with cruelty to animals to 40-something dogs.
44.
44. She had 44 dogs.
44 counts of animal cruelty after dozens of dogs were rescued from living conditions at her property in Jackson.
Can you imagine the stench when you roll in there with 44 matted up dogs? How does it get to 40? How does it get away from you, and all of a sudden you look and you got 44 dogs?
I know.
Yeah, we had a litter of puppies here. We had 40, count to 44.
44.
It's a lot of dogs.
Yep.
How's that happen? How?
Here's another line in this.
My goodness.
Last name Ray, Anna. Anna Ray, who married James Earl in 1978.
Okay.
While he was serving a 99-year-old prison sentence.
She's one of these women who get obsessed with these people in prison, especially the celebrity. Well, I say celebrity, but famous, known killers.
It's weird. And
the guy. I mean, the guy that killed all them people in Florida at the college.
Yeah.
Some woman married him in prison.
Just thought that was a unique headline.
I tell you, it is. When you try to work your way through those words on, that's a tongue twister there.
Your other story outside of Nick Cannon today, I've heard video. I've seen video. I've heard a little audio over there, and you're wrapped up in it.
Well,
What's
the pandemic. People are starting to gather. Well, we had quite a gathering in Kentucky. It's called the Redneck Rave. Okay. It's a massive country music festival in Kentucky. Started off on rocky footing. Listen to this. Police found. This is the county sheriff, Shane Dole. The first car they stopped, said we're going to do some random checks. They found meth, marijuana, open bottle of alcohol, and also there was a person in there who had 2 active warrants out for their arrest. He said, well, this isn't starting out very good. At the end of the 5-day bash, like I say, dubbed Redneck Rave, one man had been impaled. Somehow a log went through his side-by-side he was driving and impaled him. One woman had been strangled to the point of unconsciousness, and one throat had been cut. All in all, they arrested 14 people and charged 4 dozen people from 5 states. Now, this is a big, huge crowd. The event was organized by, I didn't know, country rapper Justin Time. Have you ever heard of him? And it took place at the Blue Holler Off-Road Park and drew a crowd of tens of thousands, doubling the population of the town of Ollie.
Good night.
So we had a redneck throwdown, and I got some footage, and they had one part they were racing through this big mud hole. And the guy was play-by-play on the microphone, and it's priceless.
It is. I heard some of it.
Can't play some of it
I do think there's a few items in there that we can pull over to what we call Bank 9.
Yeah.
And
here's a tweet, I guess, from Justin Time, and he was thanking everyone. And I love how he said Blue Holler, he thanked them for putting up with the ungodly amount of hours working in the hot A sun from Monday to Monday. And here's the one I like, and we did a story on this guy years ago. Thank you, and to all the artists who rocked out the stage. Afro Man showing up will forever be legendary. You remember Afro Man?
I do.
Was the one that punched the girl that jumped up on stage with him?
Yes.
And we did the story on it.
Yeah.
So Afro Man was there, and he thanked him. He said it was legendary. What do you think of that event?
Some days it's a grind to come in here and look for headlines worth talking about, and other days they just fall in your lap.
That was a redneck throwdown. You need to see the pictures. A lot of people there.
I'm gonna watch the video at some point today that
mud
you were playing earlier.
When they're racing through the mud, running, and everybody's just completely covered in mud, and they're falling. They can't stay up. You got a woman, she's a little large, and she keeps falling. It's worth the watch. Well, I'm going to go ahead and send you that.
We're wrapping up the kickoff hour. I just got a text from a buddy. He said, I'm trying to wake up over here.
Yeah, well.
Did I hear you say something about a horse show? Is that real? And so
you're a horseman now.
So yeah, it's official. Like, I mean, we've gone from one lesson a week to we're at camp all week and doing a horse show.
Are you gonna put Maddie's name on the trailer, the horse trailer, and when y'all haul,
Greg and
y'all haul at the horse shows and stuff?
I don't know anything about this world. Like, I don't know I don't know how long it lasts.
I'm sure it's really cheap.
I don't know.
First of all,
well, no, that's nothing. For some reason, my kids have decided to choose the most expensive sports on the planet.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think all of them at this point in time are
there used to be a day where you
expensive.
go down to the Park and Recreation Department and pay about $25-$30. And
yeah.
The kid was on a team, had a uniform.
You notice I steered us away from that because I thought you were about to play the video and audio.
Yeah, no, I got away from it. I'm going to let you enjoy it later.
Yeah, can't wait. But I
love the commentating.
So yes, you did hear that right. Justin, you heard that right.
Okay,
As you were trying to wake up this morning. That's where I'll be this weekend if y'all need me. And that's another thing because now we've added. Greg, that's a great question. I don't know.
I don't know what kind.
I don't
of
know if you get there
is.
and ride and leave. I don't know. I don't even know what. I don't know how I know the Miss Anna's going to take all the horses there, but I don't know how we go about who picks which horse.
Where's this?
And Wilsonville, I believe, this weekend.
Okay.
No, they're all over. So
they host these shows.
It may be Harpersville or Wilsonville.
Same thing.
Is this weekend.
They're right there side by side.
Of course, Amanda had us in Hartselle like 2 days ago.
Oh, well, no, that would have been.
And I said,
way off.
I said, well, that's not close to Harpersville or Wilsonville.
That's way off.
She goes, well, I heard. She said Harpersville and Wilsonville, but I took that from Hartselle. I said, well, that's not it.
No, that's completely
opposite directions. So
Harpersville and Wilsonville are together.
So now the only other big challenge to this is, of course, the timing. And this is just, you people that have multiple kids, y'all get it. Of course, Braden and Caroline are in a tennis tournament this weekend. So we got tennis tournament with 2 and a horse show with, it's divide and conquer in two areas, one in which I have no clue about. Don't even know what to wear. Don't even know what you'd wear.
You got a cowboy hat and some boots. I'd like to see maybe a button-up cowboy shirt.
See, I don't, and I think too, like when I go to the farm, this is something I'm gonna have to start doing. Okay, and this is not their fault. It's everybody knows. You go to a farm, you're gonna take when there's chickens and pigs and horses. You're gonna take a chance of stepping in poop of some kind.
Don't wear nothing. You need to slick bottoms.
Well, that's the thing is I'm gonna have to find me or keep me a pair of old shoes in my car. Because
you don't want one with a lot of tread because that old dude who gets up in that tread is tough to get it out.
It is.
So,
and I think about it halfway.
You may slip down in a pile.
The big show
cowboy hat fall
starts when we come back from commercial break. That's right, Rick and Bubba. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. A brand new hour has begun and starts with the national anthem. Eight and a half minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun, and we're thankful that you are here as we move forward. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler have already given you a Rick and Bubba kickoff hour. Speedy is on vacation. He will return next week, but when he returns, he'll be hosting Rick and Bubba Best Of shows because then Bubba and I will be on vacation. As we all get to move toward Independence Day in this time of year when there's a lot of vacationing, and hopefully you're getting a chance to do some of that more this year than last year because of the pandemic. Our interns today that are helping out, picking and cheering is here. Amelie Vanilli Wafer is here, and they're earning their degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense, more than ever, now is a superpower. Over there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. The long intro.
That's say, that's one of them good ones. Well, you coming out to break then?
I could give a weather report on this.
I was about to say, you could do the entire weather on this, remember? I can almost remember that song. Paul McCartney. Sherry and I actually had a discussion about this. You know, Hulu, was it Hulu? I don't know which one it was. I think it was Hulu.
It was.
Ron Howard has done, did you ever see it?
I did.
Ron Howard has done a documentary on the Beatles, and it really, see, I'm sometimes, just put in a timeout almost in the music world for not embracing and loving the Beatles like I should.
Yeah,
And,
I'm kind of in that boat.
Right, and it's almost like I'm ostracized. I can only go in so many groups. And mainly what I mean by that is it's not that I don't respect their influence on all music because it's profound. I just didn't really care for the catalog of the early Beatles stuff. It just wasn't I didn't like that type of music that much. I don't want to hold your hand, and I don't.
They're interesting to me historically much more than they are musically.
And I don't know what "Love Me Do" even means. but anyway, so so we got into the discussion, and I remember this, Craig. I know you do too. You and I were little bitty fellas because we still lived in Birmingham the first time.
Yeah.
Which the oldest we can be in Birmingham is me 6, you 5.
Yeah.
Because we moved the year that you were 6 and I was 5, or maybe you weren't even 5 yet.
I was 4. Yeah.
So, but I had just turned
3,
6.
and that's my final offer.
But anyway,
3, I was 3.
You know how there's certain areas of your life you go, I know I can't be any older than this.
Yeah, but I remember.
So I remember Beatlemania, and I remember we had
a neighbor that.
That's what I was going to say. We had a neighbor across the street that was a teenager.
Yeah.
And named Sylvia. Do you remember this?
I do remember this.
How
do I remember this?
And she was like a flower. She was like a flower child. I mean, straight up.
Oh yeah.
And she would lay out in her yard with like an acoustic guitar on her back. And she was obsessed with the Beatles. And I think about when you're a stupid little kid, I think she's talking about a bug. I don't understand any of this because I'm just a stupid little kid. And I remember the thing was for all those girls is which one do you like the best?
Yeah.
Of the Beatles.
Right.
And she was a George Harrison guy. I'll never forget that.
I didn't have that detail.
Yeah, I just remember that in my mind. I didn't know who that was. I just remember saying George. I didn't know what it meant or anything. And how I remember that. But anyway, so this led to Sherry saying to me, she said, because Sherry likes the Beatles, and so does my youngest son and oldest son, and they don't understand this. Big loves a little more with me. He's like, eh. So she says, which one of the two main singers do you like the best? And I said, well, Paul McCartney. And she goes, wait, what? She goes, you think Paul McCartney's a better singer than John Lennon? I said, well, I'm sorry, I do. I like Paul McCartney's style better.
Yeah.
And then she kind of said, I don't think you're thinking. She goes, you got to go back to the early catalog. You realize John Lennon.
You're thinking about when they were solo.
Yeah, see, and she kept saying that. She said, I'm not allowing you to go over to Paul McCartney and Wings. And I said, well, that's what I like.
With a little.
So it got into the point that we were playing Beatles songs, ones that Paul sang, ones that John Lennon sang, that we then started doing solo albums. I wasn't allowed to bring the Wings into it. She said, no, you can do Paul McCartney solo, like what, you can do say, and all that. And I said, well, I don't really like that.
No.
And she goes, see there. And then I came to the conclusion that I like Paul McCartney and Wings the best. Baby, I'm amazed. Or maybe I'm amazed.
Band on the Run.
Yeah,
Live and Let Die.
Band on the Run, all that. I said, I like Paul McCartney and Wings the best, so I put that over here.
Yeah.
What about Live and Let Die? One of the greatest Bond movies ever.
Remade by Guns N' Roses.
And then I had to admit, which I wasn't prepared for, and this is probably gonna get a little pushback. When I go to the strictly solo stuff, I like John Lennon better. Strictly solo.
Yeah.
These little silly love songs, and the say and I didn't really like all that.
I didn't either.
Can I enter this into it? Is it the fact that John Lennon was just so weird?
Yes, I think I was letting that get to me.
That will sway your argument, because it did for me.
But if you go back to
he is a bird, man.
Yeah.
See, but okay, I had the weirdness. You're right, and that's what I remember the most. But when I watched this documentary, you're the one that told me to watch it.
Yeah.
Now I have a complete different look.
Too.
I didn't see them then. That was pretty amazing.
As a matter of fact, John Lennon is the most
amazing.
like us when it was the four of them. He's the funny one. He's the
he had some great one-liners.
My goodness, they wrote a lot of songs.
Yes, they did, Greg. And what about him just
they
saying,
play well? I didn't realize.
See how much better they play?
They're tight.
So now I find myself, because of this documentary, I now appreciate the Beatles and like the early Beatles better than I did before.
The hippie Beatles I'm not so much into, but the early ones.
And I may go as far as to say.
You mean in the suits?
Yeah. I may go as far as to say that on the Beatles catalog that John Lennon may be the better.
He may be.
So I know you've seen the clip where they're playing for like the Queen.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of the royalty.
Of course, he's
and he tells them he tells them that if they like the performance, they don't have to clap. They can just jiggle their jewelry, or whatever.
Yes.
Have you seen that clip?
I have.
That's
funny.
I'm paraphrasing it. I'm messing it up, but it was really funny.
My favorite thing in the documentary, as far as our type of humor, is when the American press doesn't really know them yet.
Right.
And he grabs one of them and says, "Well, I got one of them right here. Which one are you?" And he said, "I'm Eric." And the guy goes, "We have Eric from the Beatles." And he's just sitting there looking around going.
My favorite was Pete Best.
Yeah, oh boy, did he mess the rest. Did you see what they said about Ringo Starr actually made him?
Yeah, they replaced
because he was a pro.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you haven't seen that documentary, and how about the fact they were bigger than we had PA?
I know. Yeah, they could draw bigger crowds than we had the equipment to make them hear it.
Yeah. Did Pete Best leave or was he kicked out?
I think they replaced him.
Yeah, I think they replaced him. That's the way it felt in this documentary. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Well, today we're all we don't even know how to function because of how mean Joey Behar is. I mean, Joey, boy, insensitive. Oh, my goodness.
You know, she has very low tolerance for anybody joking around about anything. Well, and now she tried to make a little joke, and
Joey.
She's kind of got caught up.
Not a lot of joy there.
Not a lot of joy. Well, she's mean, and her comment is so terrible and so insensitive that we're not even going to say it. Bubba, I'm not going to honor this statement by repeating it, because it's so mean and so insensitive. And let me tell you what this is on a somewhat serious note. And notice I said somewhat. I want all of you to pay attention out there during the new all-loving, all-kind, they put the little bumper stickers on the car about mean people. And, in their world, the worst thing you could ever be is mean. Yes. And you can't joke around anymore. And it's just insensitive. And, how dare you? And you must be canceled. You must be run out on the rail. All mean people. Now, keep in mind, the left conveniently gets to define mean people. So that's always very convenient. It's their definition. If this was anybody else other than one of their beloved liberals,
they'd be out on their ear today.
The beloved view cannot be touched. But I will tell you this. Listen to this statement. No matter how hypocritical the reaction to Joy Behar's comment about the NFL player that has come out as gay, no matter how it is played, here's one thing you cannot miss, okay, in this fake world we live in. When Joey Behar has the camera turned off, she cuts up and makes jokes just like everybody else.
Sure.
When they get in their own little room together, if you knew the things they said about certain groups of people that they claim that to protect from all of us mean people out here, let me say, there's nothing meaner and nothing more insensitive and nothing more cruel than a far-left Hollywood liberal behind closed doors. And see, once again, Joy actually said who she really is. She's a comedian. That's her background. That was her foundation.
Boy, you can't tell it.
And she thought she had a funny little comment to make about football and gayness, and she said it. And if anybody else had done this, it'd be the end of it. It'd be the end of it.
Okay, she couldn't help herself. She went for the giggle, they're saying. Not going to repeat what she said. Joy's co-host reacted to the joke in different ways. The host put her fingers in her ears, Sarah Haynes groaned, Sonny Hostin shook her head, and Meghan McCain rolled her eyes. At the end of the segment, Behar walked back the joke by asking the audience to pretend she never said it. She said, I just long for the day that you can be gay in this world. It doesn't become a big deal. By the way, that inappropriate joke I made for daytime television, scratch it, make believe it never happened.
Sorry, Joy. You don't allow.
Oh, wait a minute.
You don't allow others to say.
Nobody else can scratch it.
Hang on a minute, JB. Well, she has to be removed from the view, and I mean today.
Yes, sir.
We got to cancel. We got to cancel that.
Homophobic.
I mean today. You know what she lets out, Greg? She's phobic.
She got to go.
She got to go.
She must be canceled.
Cancel Joy.
Cancel
Joy.
Babylon B's headline: NFL player announces he's gay, now switching to soccer.
Okay.
Gosh, that's good.
Good one.
That's so good. So,
college soccer player over here. I just looking at her reaction to that.
Well, look, I mean that's fine. That's fine.
It is.
So I mean, it's not like women's soccer. It's just men.
We do make a big difference in the team.
Yeah. By the way,
while it is
gigantic
still women.
difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have me following men's fast pitch softball. You know what I mean? I'd be like, I think that it's a different deal there.
Yeah.
So you ever tried to pack a crowd for that? You can't. But anyway, so I think Joy should be removed from the view. Am I the only one?
I think so, Rick.
Cancel.
I mean, under today's rules.
Rick, you know what I'm calling it? No joy.
No joy.
No joy.
Let me.
I called no joy and I was out.
Listen, let me tell you something.
You're below the hard deck.
No joy.
Head back to the flight deck.
If we play by the rules that the Joy Behars of the world, if we play by the rules they want us all to play by, but she cannot be. I better not look up on TV4 and see her. She better not be on today.
No, sir.
After that
She
insensitive.
at least needs to be suspended for a few weeks.
After that, is she going to go through?
She's training.
Is she going to go to sensitivity training?
She needs
She
reprogramming.
She need to be reprogrammed.
Reprogrammed.
We need to bring in
and maybe skip a meal while she's at.
She needs to sit down with Tim Cook today and be put back in line.
A little bit of waterboarding,
huh?
Just a little bit.
So I mean, she's got to be canceled.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Out.
You know,
No joy.
Bubba, I dream of a day
I'm
when
calling no joy.
I dream of a day.
No joy.
I dream of a day when people is insensitive and mean and backward and antiquated. And the Neanderthal comment she made.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it's
Uneducated redneck.
Yeah. So she's got to go. How can she? How can? I guarantee you. What do you? All right. Let's guess now. Will we hear another word about this after today?
No. She may apologize again today to kick the show
she told
off,
you to scratch it
and
on.
that'll be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she'll come out with an official statement.
Yeah, she'll have to apologize one more time.
Yeah,
for you to make
I'll do it.
And it'll take about 30 seconds. You'll never hear another word about it.
To make a statement like she did, it means that she makes the same kind of jokes everybody else does.
Yeah,
because look, she couldn't. You know,
it flew out of her mouth before she thought.
You know why? Because her mind was like, "I tell you what, that right there." And there was a day when I could have said, "Well, everybody could have," and moved on, but not now.
Look,
oh no,
I think everybody needs a little better sense of humor.
Oh yeah, but that's not what Joy says about us or the things we say. Joy be after
can't go.
us.
Oops. Hey, scratch that.
No.
Hey, scratch that.
Just scratch that.
Scratch joy.
Bubba, please start the hashtag movement. No joy.
No
hashtag
joy.
no joy.
Bubba clearly called no joy. He was below the flight deck.
How about this?
It was only for a few seconds.
How about this?
I had the shot. I wouldn't endanger anybody, so I took the shot.
There it is.
We have to start no joy.
No.
So we can get her canceled from the View.
We used to have an intern named Hoss who could quote Christmas Vacation just at any moment. I wish we had somebody who could quote Top Gun. You know?
Are we ever going to see the new Top Gun movie?
No, I don't think ever.
No joy.
No joy on that either.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll get to some of your phone calls today. Will of Meat has not spun yet this week. Could spin today on the program. Be paying attention for that. CandidCO.com/Bubba. CandidCO.com/Bubba. Are you unhappy with your smile? You don't have to, be uncomfortable. You don't have to accept this any longer. Thousands of people have used CandidCO.com/Bubba. The clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners to help straighten their teeth. For example, we had a young man that was getting married out of Nashville, and he was worried about the wedding coming up, and he knew all the pictures were going to be made, so he started on CandidCO.com, and he says, hey, Rick and Bubba, thank you very much because it was effective, and I was able to have perfect teeth for the wedding. And if you would like the help from CandidCO.com/Bubba, they're standing by and they're ready. Now, they only work with orthodontists. Matter of fact, Greg and I were talking about this the other day. When it comes to tooth movement, you can't just use anybody. And some of these other companies do not use orthodontists. They use general dentists, and that's not their expertise. So we're talking about orthodontists only. The one who creates your plan will be with you from start to finish. Average treatment 6 months, but you'll see results way before that. So be your best. Start straightening your teeth today by saving $75 on the starter kit because you support this program. So go to CandidCO.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba. CandidCO.com/Bubba, code Bubba. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you were telling us in the break, we got talking about movies after music led to movies, and then movies led to talk, and then movies led to a reminder about Father's Day weekend that you forgot.
Yeah, well, Father's Day weekend, the dads get to call the shots on a lot of things, they want to do, where they want to eat, things they want to watch on TV. So we were gonna try to watch a couple of movies, and of course it was Father's Day, so Dad gets to pick.
Absolutely, it's Dad's choice.
I wanted to watch what I felt like was two of the great cinematic dramas of our time. Michael J. Fox and Secret of My Success.
Okay,
oh, boy.
Right.
And Cannonball Run.
My goodness. I mean, so
that was your choices?
So I got boos and hisses on Cannonball Run.
So you must have went over to the former Academy Award winning section.
Yes, Rick. Right over there with Men at Work.
Right.
I didn't think about that one.
Yeah.
That
would have been there.
How could you not do that? That's one of your favorites.
Well, I had not seen Cannonball Run in a while, so I kind of wanted to see it again. And, the family boo hiss on Cannonball Run.
Why were they so upset about it?
I don't know, and I tried to explain it, and then I made them watch clips of it, to try to fire them up, and that really didn't work.
Nothing. Crickets?
Captain Chaos didn't really inspire anybody. But the tie-in to Roger Moore, Live and Let Die, which I think was one of the best Bond movies. The fact that he's in that movie and the character that he plays like he's 007, although he can't say that.
Right, yeah.
But he tells, like one of the times he's about to get in a fight, he's doing this, he says, I'm Roger Moore. And the guy just punches him and knocks him out. That's good stuff.
That's phenomenal.
And he plays the whole James Bond. He's got the, the spy car, and every time you see him, he's got a different woman with him.
Sure, So let me ask you this.
That's good stuff. I don't care who you are.
Bubba loves that.
It is funny. You don't mean to tell me you don't think Cannonball Run's funny.
I can't remember.
Well, I'm going to
Sammy Davis Jr. and Dean Martin as priest.
I know. Huh? I got to watch it again. I've completely forgot the whole movie.
And the jokes that they have back and forth with each other.
You can't do it nowadays.
Rick. Oh, my
Everybody
gosh.
play with Joy Behar.
Well, I was going to ask you this question because I have had this happen to me.
Sammy Davis, it may be one of the funniest things he was ever in.
Wait a minute.
But I
What's funnier, Greg?
I don't even know what he was in.
Greg, that's a song. You wasn't a movie.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I don't know how many movies Sammy Davis Jr. was even in.
But he had that glass eye, and he'd joke about it all the time.
Wasn't he a devil worshiper?
No.
Greg, what are
I
you
think
talking
there's a
about?
rumor of it.
What are you talking about?
Rumor of it. Look it up.
Dean Martin asked him what he's looking at, and he's like, well, the good eye or the bad eye?
Who can laugh at a Satan worshiper?
Greg, what are you talking about?
What, Sammy Davis Jr. wasn't a Satan worshiper?
Greg,
what?
Greg, who can take some hellfire? All the Satan man can.
Dean Martin was funny. He always had a drink in his hand. He had that hair slicked back.
Everything was so politically incorrect then.
Yes.
I mean, so I want to go back to this, though, because I have had this happen.
Burt Reynolds with Farrah Fawcett.
I have had this happen to me before. I've gone back. I've gone back and watched a movie that I thought was just fantastic.
Right.
And I would be the same. When I see it modern day, I'm like, all right, that's not as good as I thought it was.
But
sometimes there's stuff in it I forgot about, and you're just like, oh my, that happened when we were funny for him.
Well, see,
huge mistake.
This happens to us because, as we've moved into. No way.
Okay.
As we've moved into political correctness, we forget how funny some of it was because they were not politically correct, and they just say anything.
Well, guys, Greg, you said it. I've said it. There's been at least 3 of us, I think. Maybe Helmsy, maybe you, if you're 4. We've tried to watch this new Kevin James thing on Netflix, thinking it would be hilarious. You got Kevin James,
pit crew guy?
Yeah, and it's terrible.
Yeah. It's
and the reason why it's terrible is they can't be funny. I mean, you can see them trying to do comedy by going in onto the list and say all the things we can't make jokes about. You know what that leaves? Nothing.
Yeah.
So it's not a funny show. And I was off. I thought this would be good. It'd be clean. It'll be something we can enjoy. But when you take comedy and try to lay it across all the political correctness and all the offended people of today, it's almost impossible.
It's tough, isn't it?
Everybody goes, hey, there's nothing in here that offends anybody. Somebody says, is it funny? Nah, not really. But you know what? Nobody's going to be bothered. Does anybody want to watch this? Nah, but at least nobody's upset.
Only Greg would know this. Was Cannonball Run before or after Smokey and the Bandit?
After.
Okay, so it had a touch.
Did you see how quick he answered?
It had a touch of Smokey and the Bandit feel to it. Still, the same thing.
Of course.
Yeah, that same.
Bubba, if you got a category.
In fact, it may be that same. What's the guy that did the movies with Burt? That was the stunt guy.
I don't know.
Hal Needham.
There he is.
He may have been involved in that one too.
Yeah. Greg, what was the movie? Is it Hooper? When Burt
Hooper, I loved Hooper.
Yeah.
Burt Reynolds, the stunt guy.
Yeah, I love that movie.
But to me, he's the same character in all of those.
Of course. Yeah. You know why? It worked.
Yeah, he's Gator. Yeah. He's Gator in every show.
Gator.
All right. So let me see if I have this right.
Paul Crew.
Let me say this, Greg, if I get them right. All right. So we had Gator. Mm-hmm. We had Hooper.
We had White Lightning.
See, I don't remember. That's the one I was going to say. White Lightning. What was the Dance Kings or Dixie?
Oh, WW, the Dixie Dance
Kings.
That's a classic.
That's 4. Cannonball Run, Smoking the Bandit. All these really.
Stroker Ace.
Stroker Ace. And these
wasn't he in Best Little Something?
Yeah, he was. That's different. Was. But this group that we just named,
and then he was in a serious movie about the cops.
Best Little Drive-Through in Texas.
I don't want that in there.
Okay.
I'm saying
Rick don't want Sharky's Machine.
What I'm saying is, I'm giving you a
Boogie Nights.
No,
Craig. He's in that.
What Sharky's
Greg,
Machine?
I'm going back. I'm going back to. Greg, I'm going back.
Was that the name of the movie?
I don't like y'all right now. I'm going back to when Burt Reynolds, that little era he had when he was it. I mean, he had it going on.
Yes.
And like to Bubba's point, and we've done this in
Deliverance.
Hollywood.
He wasn't huge in Deliverance.
Hollywood has done this for the longest. If they get an actor acting a certain way, which sometimes he's the same. But Tom Cruise is the same person in every movie.
Tom
Hanks.
Vince Vaughn's the same guy.
Tom Hanks, other than Forrest Gump, probably
Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. It's the
Forrest
same
Gump's day off.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Forrest Gump's day off. Like this. Hey, you better stop and look around. But anyway, so Forrest Gump. Aside from that, a lot of times, Tom Hanks for a while was he was this guy we liked. You couldn't tell the difference between Sleepless in Seattle and You've Got Mail if you tried. You know what I mean? And so they did that with Burt Reynolds, and they would take him in these various comedy/action movies, and they were cranking them out. And I mean, at the time they wasn't nobody cooler than Burt Reynolds.
Oh, Burt Reynolds. If he was on Tonight Show.
Oh, he was on the Tonight Show.
With that jumpsuit on.
Oh my, he meant business.
Yes.
And everybody. And then my favorite is when they would bring on, of course, and I'm gonna open this can now with Bubba. But when they would bring on who's the guy I couldn't work today that made fun of everybody?
Don Rickles.
When Don Rickles
would get on and start busting
on Burt Reynolds.
Oh, nothing better.
That's great. My favorite Burt Reynolds has got to be Smoking the Bandit. One. Them sequels are ridiculous. Of course, he wasn't even in the third.
Greg, you've made it clear you don't like sequels. I mean, we
those are horrible.
That's it.
But the original, I'll watch it. If it's on, I'll watch it over and over again, and I laugh now like I did then. I love that show.
I'd say we were too young to go see it like when it first came out. But
Buford D. Justice.
Do you remember that Mom said that Dad went to watch that, and they went with some friends, and they said Dad was laughing so loud it shut the whole theater down?
Yeah.
Because Dad had this booming laugh, and it slayed him so much that he was screaming the entire movie. But But the 70s Burt Reynolds.
Oh, when nobody cooler.
Oh,
he was in the original Longest Yard too.
Yes, Paul Crew.
Oh, Paul Carew.
That's way better than that Adam Sandler one.
Oh, yeah. That ain't even
That
close.
one, eh.
That ain't even close.
Don't mess with memories.
All right, what about, do you remember him in The Man Who Loved Cat Dancing?
Do not.
So your family wouldn't watch Cannonball Run? It never happened?
No. They booed and hissed it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Wednesday Bible study returns today. Session 2, what it means to be a disciple. We'll go into our second installment of that. It's a brand new series that we started last Wednesday. You can catch it live on our YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after and available on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms. All right, so let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Sam's in Kentucky standing by. Sam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
Oh, just rolling up here all the rain we got the other day.
Yep.
The funniest thing about the Cannonball Runs and the Stroker Ace movies, especially those two, were the outtakes at the end of the movie. I about peed my pants every time I watched it.
Yeah. That was kind of the original. Hey, here's some outtakes. Remember, we'd never really seen that before, and they started doing that
and putting it on the movie. You could sit in the theater and watch it. It was fun.
Did you watch any of Cannonball Run? Did you watch any of the Cannonball Run?
No, I didn't. I never got started with it. I just saw a lot of clips.
Well, buddy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your family didn't.
That's all right. I'll catch it again sometime.
Forgot about Semi-Tough.
Yep. It was right after Smokey and the Bandit.
Did Secret of My Success hold up?
It was good.
Did it hold up?
It always delivers.
Did it hold up?
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian. He's rolling on 65 in a semi.
It's a little risque too. You kind of forget about it.
Well, you're right. Brian, go ahead. I don't remember much about it.
Yeah. Talking about the Beatles song, we had gone to Atlanta and watched a Medea play with Tyler Perry, and at the end they started playing music, and they took the Beatles' "Let It Be." And when the part came from Mother Mary came to me, he substituted the word Holy Spirit. And, man, that took on a whole different meaning to that song. It just really a good, such an inspirational song like that.
Yeah, I've always loved that song. And I would think if you added Holy Spirit right there, it'd probably make it even more special. But I've always liked that song. It's one of those songs, if it comes on, I'll listen to it. The later Beatles stuff I like better than the earlier. And I know that's not very popular. We continue. Mickey Brantley checking in. Mickey, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
I just wanted to ask y'all, have y'all ever saw the Burt Reynolds movie, The End?
Yes. I forgot about that
You mean when he's Wendell's Sonny Lawson?
Yeah, when he's terminally ill and he's trying to get all this stuff done before he dies?
Yeah, it's hilarious. Dom DeLuise going to help him kill himself.
Yes, I remember. I forgot all about that movie. That's one I completely forgot about.
It was right in between Semi-Tough and Hooper.
Gene in Oxford.
78.
Gene, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I got you. Go Big O.
Hey, go Big O.
Wanted to tell you a Burt Reynolds story I had. We were down with the youth group from First Baptist Oxford down at Panama City Beach. And we were at the Miracle Strip amusement park. And Burt Reynolds is sitting on a bench eating an ice cream cone.
Really?
We walk up. We're going to approach him and, say hi to him. He stands up and turns around, and he has on a T-shirt that says, "I am not Burt Reynolds."
Was it Burt Reynolds?
Maybe it's the guy just looks like he got tired of it.
He kind of grinned. He smiled after we spoke to him, and he never did admit it was him, but he had a place in Panama. In Destin, and it was him. There was no way around it. But he had on a shirt that said, "I am not Burt Reynolds."
That's funny. That's very funny.
I think he lives next door to Chris Tomlin.
Of course, Bubba won't accept that Burt Reynolds just died.
Yeah, he's going on in.
Burt's dead.
Well, this is why I asked the question.
Right.
I asked in the break.
Right. You and celebrity.
What year did he die?
2018.
I was going to say 17, 18, yeah.
So he was in a movie that came out in 2019 called An Innocent Kiss.
They filmed it before he died.
That's normal.
And he's got one coming out in 2021 called Defining Moments. Yeah. And I pulled up the poster, and it's him on the poster. So he already had him in the can.
Yeah, they had him in the can. Yeah. And that, to me, I've always found that
Either
odd.
That who's really pulled a good one.
That's happened with other actors where they'll go ahead and release something even after, what's the guy that killed himself recently? Seymour Hoffman, whatever.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, and then they came out with that. And he was
Hunger
in
Games. He was in the Hunger Games.
It feels odd when that happens. Yeah. Let's go to Shane out of Dothan. News Talk 1039. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering if you guys. I'm sure you guys spoke about this, but this commercial I saw on YouTube the other night where it showed Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom in 2055, supposedly in the future, and I thought it was a movie. And what it was is it was a political commercial telling them not to vote for the census. or the not census, but the election thing.
Yeah, the S1 that was in the Senate that was voted on yesterday. They were trying to rally support for that. It did get defeated yesterday, by the way. That's the federal takeover of local elections.
So what were these two wanting everybody to vote for it?
Yes. Oh, yeah, they were all about it. And they were – I saw the clips he's talking like they were in the future and everything was messed up because people didn't have the right to vote, and it all, theoretically started with this, which is not what it was about.
So in other words, I'm really shocked that two actors who make a living pretending created a pretend scenario that is in their pretend world.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Missouri. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you remember the Sammy Davis on All in the Family? And Bubby, you named your boat, ain't never been nowhere.
Sammy Davis Jr. appeared on All in the Family.
Then that went into Bubba's boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a twofer.
I want to say
it was a twofer.
I want to say I do remember him being in Archie Bunker one time.
That does ring a bell with me as well.
Yeah,
I think so.
Greg, you realize that are you incorrect that Sammy Davis Jr. was a Satanist?
There's rumor of it.
I know, but Greg, you can't say.
I saw it. I read it.
I know.
I don't mean it's true, but it's possible.
Right.
He dabbled.
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I thought he was Jewish.
He was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
At some point.
Denise
converted to Judaism.
You're right.
And then he went to Satanism. Then they claim this is the last one that he went back to Judaism. I don't know.
So he dabbled.
Even in the movie Cannonball Run, he's a priest and he's got his Star of David chain on. He's showing everybody.
Right, and drinking quite a bit if I remember.
Yeah, he was telling me, he said, God's our co-pilot. Dean Martin says, we only got 2 seats. Where's he going to sit?
Denise in Lexington, Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I was just going to tell you, I just saw on TV, I think it's on TBS tonight, there's going to be a edited version of the Blazing Saddles. It's going to last from 8 o'clock to 8:06.
yeah.
That is so good.
I started to say, it'll really be edited.
Yeah, that ought to.
Yeah, if you're going to make that movie politically correct, there'll be about 6 minutes.
Throw it away. Seriously, just throw the movie away.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about, Seth MacFarlane, how y'all was saying these comedians are too scared to talk, make fun of anybody.
Yep.
That guy's always made fun of people. And I think that's good. He doesn't pick out one group. He makes fun of me like a country boy.
Yeah.
He doesn't really care who he makes
Who's he
fun
talking
of.
about?
What's the person's name?
Seth MacFarlane.
Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, well.
The guy that does all the.
Yeah, well, I agree. The reason why the Joy Behar thing is what we're saying is she has tried to live in the world. Seth MacFarlane may have never claimed to be politically correct, but Joy Behar has, and she goes out and tries to cancel the whole wide world. And if she deems us to have a point of view that she finds, shouldn't be removed from the landscape of ideas.
She got a pass for darkening her skin one time too, right?
Oh, of course,
as a celebrity or something at a party.
Yeah. So
she got a pass on that.
But we think there should be a hashtag no joy.
No joy.
She's insensitive to the LGBTQ community. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, we thank you for being with us today. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Interns helping out today. Millie Vanilli Wafer, and also picking and cheering. As a brand new hour starts, we welcome back Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. We thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so we've had so many people calling in and updating us. As a matter of fact, I got an update last night. Did y'all get the update from our road show? Our road trip guy. He went to the Grand Canyon. Did you get his road trip?
Yes.
Did you get that update?
Yeah, he ran into some Rick and Bubba listeners.
Yes, he did, and he ran into some Rick and Bubba listeners that had apparently been having a good time there. He said they were lit and fired up
at the canyon.
Okay,
and, not a good place to be in that.
Now, if you're gonna partake of the devil's water, it's
not recommended on the old ledge.
I wouldn't be hanging around the Grand Canyon. I don't think.
No.
But anyway, he said they were in a good.
Watch that first step. It's a doozy.
He said they were in a good mood and they were glad to see him. So Rick and Bubba fans are everywhere. They are. So there's road trips going on. Well, we've had a listener of the show. He's outside right now, Daniel.
Big Daniel
has been calling this show and emailing the show for quite a while, and he and his family have been on their own road trip. They've been everywhere.
From California.
Yep. So Daniel has come from California, and he and his family they found their way. They went to Huntsville. I saw them this weekend at the Gridiron Men's Conference, and now they've went all the way out to. They've landed just outside of Birmingham at Oak Mountain State Park, where they've been camping out. So Daniel, come over here to this mic. Either one of these mics right here. So you have. I'm just wondering for you today. When you found the show, if I remember, on YouTube, was that right? Is that how you found the show?
Blaze TV.
Blaze TV, that was it. Okay, so Blaze TV.
Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you.
So you found the show when?
I'd say 2018. I found it on Blaze TV. You guys had
that's your Burt Reynolds died.
The 1 hour best of.
On Blaze TV, and then that parlayed you to go find more.
Well, I realized that I'm at work at 6 a.m. and that's the show was still live during that time. Once I realized what time the show was on, and I just went on YouTube and found it there.
All right, so you have been, and you've been listening now for a little over 2 years.
Yes.
And almost 3 now. So you have been intrigued with the state of Sweet Home Alabama.
Yes, I have.
Where we're from, and you're in all the mess in California. With the rolling blackouts, the grid, the taxes, tax. So what part of California do you live in?
I live in San Diego.
Oh.
Yeah, beautiful weather, great place.
Now, are you from there originally?
No, I'm originally from Oregon. My wife is from San Diego, and when I moved out there in 2004, when my ship transferred out there, I met her, and then we got married, and
the rest is history.
The rest, yeah.
Yeah. So you and your son came to the Gridiron Men's Conference this past weekend.
Yep.
And so you went to Huntsville. So tell us the track that you've been on. Do you still have your armband on? Okay.
So are you in a camper?
I'm in a 27-foot Weekend Warrior toy hauler. It's a trailer.
Yeah. And so what are you pulling it with?
The old 2500 Ram.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
All right, as it should be. So has this? You heard our guy that keeps calling and updating us on the road. Did you count the cost? It seems like it's run pretty smooth.
It has. Just recently, I got a light on my truck saying that my trailer brakes are disconnected, so that's a little concerning. So I called Camper World on Friday. I'm going to swing by there and have them take a look at it because maybe it's some wiring on the trailer because I keep plugging it in. It's plugged in. So other than that, it's been really smooth.
That's not bad.
How long have you been on the road from California?
We left June the 11th.
Wow. Road trip.
Daniel, so where all have you been on the way?
Well, we went to Tucson, Arizona. We went to Amarillo, Texas.
Did you get there by morning? Amarillo by morning.
Shout out to Big Play Ray.
We stopped in Shreveport, Louisiana. We were up in Starkville. I met Robert, one of the tubers there.
Oh, really?
He came out and brought us some pizza. We hung out at the campground for a while.
How cool is that?
It was real good.
Oh, the tubers, man.
The tubers. So now, one of your goals was to get to Sweet Home Alabama, the home of the Rick and Bubba Show. and to kind of experience Alabama over multiple days. So you've been to Huntsville because I saw you there. And where all have you been in Alabama?
We were at the Decatur KOA over there at Wheeler Lake. I rented a pontoon boat for the day.
How about that?
Cool.
Ripped around a little bit.
Picture it. That's a lot of man on that pontoon boat. How big are you?
6'5", about 350.
Good gosh. I told them when
I
you
could
took.
run behind that.
I told them when you hugged me at Huntsville, I felt like a small boy. I mean,
I could be a 1,000-yard rusher.
What about the footage? Didn't Daniel send the footage of him trying out for the semi-pro league?
That footage of you. What team was that you were trying out for?
The San Diego Strike Force in the Indoor Football League.
Right, and you pulled a hammy.
I did.
He went right down. He went down hard too. Because at 6'5", 350, I'll give you a shot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, there ain't no doubt about that. So, you guys did Wheeler Lake, and then did you come from there to Oak Mountain State Park or something? You did something.
We went up to Chattanooga.
Okay.
We did.
Lookout.
We did Rock City, Lookout Point.
You didn't get through the Fat Man Squeeze.
I did.
No, you did not.
I got a video of it on my phone. I can show you.
You got through the Fat Man Squeeze.
I did, and my back was touching. I went through it.
That's pretty tight. It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight.
So has the family enjoyed this trip to the South?
They have.
Yeah. Are you kind of getting Mom sold on it a little bit?
Trying to. She really liked the mountains up there in Tennessee.
Yeah,
I said, well, they get tax-free up there, and there's no income tax, and, you can carry a gun however you want. So
Right. That's good. So today, the track.
So you don't get to do that in San Diego?
Not so much. And when I try to take my gun to the gun shop for work, they frown at me because I'm not bringing it in a case. I was like, it's a gun. I'm coming to the gun shop. What do I need to put in a case for?
Right. So
somebody may see it.
Does the San Diego, because we've been there before, and the weather's beautiful. Is it almost too beautiful? Does the weather not change enough for you?
When it's Thanksgiving and you're out barbecuing, and when it's Christmas you're out barbecuing, it kind of doesn't feel like Christmas.
Really?
It's 70 degrees.
How hot does it get in the summer?
The summer is not so bad, but like August, September, it'll get. We sometimes triple digits, but
really
low humidity.
Yeah. Still.
Well, you won't have to worry about that here.
But you're ready. You're ready. But you're ready.
This is lucky. Right now, we're in a little snap. It's cooled off.
You had your cool snap last night. That felt pretty good, I bet, because that humidity's been rough.
Yeah.
So you okay with the humidity? How'd you adapt to it? Because you've been in it. If you've been down south as long as you have, it's been pretty humid.
I've been okay with it. I traveled around the world in the Navy, so it's kind of reminded me of Asia. Like when you're in Singapore, it's pretty humid.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was putting roll-on deodorant on my shirt because I was just wet.
Yeah. And we had a lot of rain come through since you've been around, but that didn't stop y'all. No problem there.
No, it was kind of nice sitting out. I had my awning out on my trailer. I was watching the rain and the lightning, and my wife was thinking we were going to blow away, but
no problem. What about Oak Mountain State Park? How you like that? Is that where you are now?
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. It's a ways out.
Yeah,
it's a ways out. But,
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But the kids swam in the lake last night. We met a couple guys that were there. One of them was with Cub Scouts. The other one was there because his kid's in town for a scuba camp. We were scuba diving. So we were sitting out there talking to them. They were all playing Marco Polo, and we wanted to go back to eat dinner, but the kids were having such a good time, we let them stay out till 8 o'clock.
So how does it feel to now have made your way to the broadcast plaza and teleport?
It's amazing.
Because you've been watching this on YouTube and all that. Does it feel weird to be in here now?
It kind of does.
Yeah. Does it look and feel the way you thought it would?
Yeah. I thought I didn't know how far it was between the golden ticket seats. It seems like they're a little closer than I thought, because on TV they look like they're further back because of the shadows.
Oh yeah, all that. Well, I know, Daniel, you have been out there as a Rick and Bubba, going out telling people about the show. I can't think of the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Ambassador.
That's the word I was looking for.
We were all pulling for you, though.
Thank you. But I know
we left you hanging.
I know not one of you got up with.
Rick, I'll be honest with you, I was locked up also.
I looked over. The whole show's locked up. Only Daniel's like, ambassador's what you're looking for.
Guys, ambassador's not that.
Really not. Not one person got it.
Not one.
But there's a reason for that. We all have the same work schedule. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so Daniel gets it. You've been an ambassador for the show, and this show's about making dreams come true. And I know that you've been dreaming of doing something special on the show, and when we come back, you're going to get to do it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I just want you to know that. So when we come back, you can take that bucket list item and check it off.
Making dreams come true, sir.
That's right.
Right here in the plaza.
And it's the least we can do for a guy who's been traveling since early June to get to this broadcast plaza and teleport from California. So welcome home, Daniel.
Thank you.
We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. There it is. There it is. Making dreams come true today, Bubba. Everybody sing it.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning. Whoa, come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat.
Wait a minute, Rick. We don't have it lit up yet.
Uh-oh, we got to find
Helms
a plug.
appears to be lost, looking for a cord.
We got to find it. Where, Greg? Southern Company, we may need you to find a cord. You got to plug the wheel
Please
in.
look at Helms looking for it, Rick. Look. Is it possible you just need to cut it on?
Greg's looking where the wheel.
There she is.
That boy, Will.
Safety first, friends.
Safety first. Bubba, tell us about how safe we are with the wheel.
Rick, we follow all the IEEE standards for electricity and international, national, state, local, and here at the plaza.
Well, harryanddavid.com, they're going to give you $50 gift cards for meat from their wonderful website. We got 1-800-FLOWERS, has flowers on the wheel. Moultrie's got a feeder on the wheel. Cord Buddy has been added to the wheel. We've got the Cord Buddy package on the wheel. We've got Blaze TV that brought Daniel to the show. That's on the wheel. We got Rick and Bubba products, and and you could have a potential pitfall. Daniel, we want to make your dream come true. I know that you have been dreaming about this. Look at Daniel standing next to the wheel.
I know.
Daniel is bigger than the wheel. Yeah. Daniel is bigger than the wheel.
The wheel is robust, but don't break the wheel.
All right, so Daniel, you know what you're waiting on, right? What do the people have to say to you to get a spin?
Wow, what a wheel.
That's right. All right, so we're going to be ready. All right, so let's get started. We'll go to Adam and Chelsea. Adam, what do you say to Daniel?
Wheel.
All right, Daniel, go ahead. Okay, gotcha. Daniel took it easy to begin with.
Took it easy.
You know what it reminded me of? Daniel looks like that the abominable snowman from
the Gentle Giant.
Yeah. You remember
putting
him,
top
Rudolph?
on the Christmas tree.
Yeah. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. All right, so Adam, Adam, you got a choice of 24 multicolored roses. 24 red roses are vibrant summer lilies.
Let's go with the summer lilies.
Summer lilies for Adam in Chelsea, Alabama, listening to WCTK. All right, let me put you on hold. All right, we'll continue. Mike out of Huntsville, where Daniel drove down to from Chattanooga up that area at the men's conference. So, Mike, what do you say to Big Daniel from Cali?
Hey, wow, what a wheel.
Rocking like a fat kid in the wood for it.
Look, he just went back. He did
a finger reverse
spin.
spin.
He took his fingers, just reversed it. The reverse spin of the wheel. Daniel, let's see where it lands. Yeah! Me! It lives up to its name. Me. Wheel of meat's got me yearning. All right, so, Mike, here's the deal. You'll get a $50 gift card that'll be emailed to you, so be sure we get the right email. And if you keep looking for it and you're like, I don't see it, be sure and check your junk. Sometimes these spam filters will slide it over into junk, okay? So we'll put you on hold, and we'll get your information. Thanks for listening to us on 100.3 The River. All right, let's continue. Let's go to Ricky out of Lincoln, Alabama. Ricky! What do you say to Daniel, Ricky?
Well, welcome to Alabama, brother. Do me right. Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. You see, he just flicks it. The Gentle Giant, he just
flicks it.
That's all in his wrist. Yep. I mean, just in the wheel's going. All right. Let's see how it lands for Ricky in Lincoln. Let's go, Ricky. Flowers. Smell it. All right, Ricky. So congratulations.
Ham's a good job filling in for Speedy.
That's really good. All right, so red roses or multicolored roses for you, Ricky?
Multi.
All right, multicolored roses for Ricky from Lincoln. How many times you ever heard somebody in Lincoln named Ricky have to decide if they want multicolored roses or red roses?
This don't happen every day.
Bubba, we go to John in Wetumpka, Alabama. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Daniel?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, Daniel, there you go. Daniel, you see the hand of truth over there, buddy?
And the Christmas pig is smiling from ear to ear.
The Avengers pinball machine adding to the excitement. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, man. I'm so sorry.
Pippet.
It's Pippet. I mean, just
no.
Everybody say Pippet. Where's Pippet?
Pippet's not coming to dinner tonight.
So sorry, buddy. No winner there. To Jasper, Alabama, Robert is standing by. Robert, what do you say to Daniel from Cali?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah. All right, let's go. What are you hoping to win today, Robert?
Hopefully the meat.
Okay, I like that. Look at the lights on it, Bubba. Come on. You did it, baby. You called it. Yeah. Me. You called your shot, buddy. You called your shot. Robert, we will fix you up with meat from harryanddavid.com. Look for that email when you talk to Pickett and Sheeran. Give her a good email so we can send it to you. And enjoy delicious meat and send us a picture of you enjoying a little harryanddavid.com. Thank you so much, buddy. We'll continue. All right. Are you kind of wanting to see Daniel go ahead and spin it one time?
I know, let her rip.
I mean, Daniel, don't break it. But, I mean, this time.
Put you back into it.
I mean, don't be afraid. You ain't gonna. I want you to.
Don't tip it over.
You've been so gentle with it.
I've got my foot on it. Fire away.
Scott in Huntsville, what do you say to Daniel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Daniel, go ahead. Bubba.
She's a humming now. She's a humming right along.
All right, well, we'll talk about the weather while the wheel spins here. How about that weather out there? All right, let's see. Well, here we go. Now it's slowing down. All right, Scott. Yeah! Flowers, smell it. So it's going to be 24 red roses for you, Scott, and from 1-800-Flowers.com. So we'll get the deer snorting. We'll get that in for it does sound like a deer snorting. We'll put you on hold, get all your information, and thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba on 100.3 The River. Daniel, you did a great job. Let's give it up for Daniel. Daniel made it happen. Congratulations to all our winners today. Only one person eaten by Jaws, so that's not too bad. So we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thanks to harryanddavid.com, 1-800-Flowers.com, Cord Buddy, Moultrie, all the folks in the Rick and Bubba store for making the Wheel of Meat all that it is. We leave the lights on. It's illuminated. Look at that new pattern it's doing there, Bo. That's pretty cool. We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Your phone calls and more stories as we move forward on the Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. And we thank you for being with us. And we'll get to some of your phone calls as we move forward on the program today. Congratulations to the winners on the Wheel of Meat. Cord Buddy, I mentioned that they were on the Wheel of Meat. Also, they have teamed up with us for Country Song or It Ain't. Every time we do that, until further notice, we'll have a Cord Buddy to give away as well. But you can get your own. Glad to have old Travis Perry and the gang, the old Cord Buddy team back. You know, they make the Cord Buddies right out of the home of News Talk 103.9, Dothan, Alabama. Do you know that? Do you know that's where the Cord Buddies are made?
Oh, no. That's amazing.
So what is a Cord Buddy? Some of you may not know. Really, it's to help you learn to play guitar without the frustration, because a lot of times people stop the pursuit of the guitar. I had it happen with my kids before Cord Buddy was invented and before I knew about it. And then when it came back, we started playing with it at the house. The problem is, playing the guitar, it takes a while before you can make music. So a lot of times people lose interest in it because it's frustrating. They don't know how to make the chords. And
don't get to play anything.
Yeah, so with Cord Buddy, you're playing the very first day. You attach the Cord Buddy to the neck of the guitar, and then it holds the chords for you by you pressing different colored buttons, and then you start removing those buttons as you're learning to do the chords yourself. And then before you know it, you're playing with that. It's like training wheels on a bicycle. And you're playing music day one, so you fall in love with the guitar, and you keep working on it. And you can play the very first day. So if you can press a button, you can play guitar. So go to chordbuddy.com right now. That's chordbuddy.com. If you love music, maybe you know someone who does, for less than $50, they can learn from the system that was voted the #1 system to learn to play guitar. It's a cool invention. Remember, he was on Shark Tank and all that. So get yours now by going to chordbuddy.com. That's chordbuddy.com. We also have a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we've got a couple of stories out of Major League Baseball today. One of them, wow.
Tempers are beginning to spill over, Rick, as the Major League Baseball is clamping down on pitchers using sticky things on the baseball to have a better grip.
Mm-hmm.
Heard one of them talking this morning and said, he'd gone to rosin and he's licking his fingers and all trying to get a better grip, and said he doesn't have near the grip that he used to, and he almost hit a guy in the face with a ball that got away from him. So you see, they're going to frame this as a safety issue.
Oh, sure.
Now, there's been several pretty entertaining confrontations on this. One was last night. The Nationals are leading 3-1 in the bottom of the fourth over the Phillies when the Joe Girardi, the manager of the Phillies, asked the umpires to spot check the Nationals pitcher, and it got kind of entertaining.
Oh, look at this.
Threw his hat and glove down, undoes his belt, puts his hands out, and they had already had some words between him and Girardi earlier in the game, I think.
Look. But he's just, I'm taking, but I think he was ready to take his drawers down.
Well, and to that point, Rick, the Oakland A's Sergio Romo, I want you to watch his video. I just sent to Adler. Adler, unfairly, you may not be able to pull it up just this second, but he's working on that.
Well, Scherzer, this was the third time in 4 innings he'd been checked.
Watch this one, Rick. This is funny.
Okay, so look.
Watch. Completely pulls his belt out. He starts taking his pants off.
Look now.
That's funny.
Buddy, they are tired of it, aren't they? The pitchers are getting really, really frustrated.
Umpire couldn't help but laugh.
Yeah, well, you got to, and then they'll start throwing people out. At some point. Oh man, I mean that's the pitchers are a little tired of this clampdown, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, and some of them, to Bubba's points, even talking about arm injuries, and they're having to grip the ball harder. And this is the year that gave us spider tack. Anybody knew what spider tack was before 2021?
No, never even heard of
it. Does this go back? And I know this will be the theme that we'll get at some point, because I hear the pitchers say, "Now we're not going to be able to control it as good." Is this going to go back to what people have always said, that Major League Baseball wants more home runs? People love home runs. They like to see people hit people don't appreciate enough the 1-0 game with a great pitcher, and people want to see the ball going yard and these unbelievable 450 feet home runs.
Rick, in the 90s, we had commercials. Major League Baseball ran commercials. Chicks dig the long ball.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget that.
I know. Yeah.
So
that's something. You know what I forgot, Bubba? Coming out of the break, I was going to. You know the great Kelly Morris, don't you? From over on the crest.
Yeah.
You know, the pride of Ohatchee, Alabama.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, some people say he was conceived on the creek bank. Kelly and Wendy Morris are celebrating 31 years of marriage.
Wow.
How about that? He recently left the Crest to return back to where he came from, and they're living out on the lake up there and all that now. So for Kelly and Wendy Morris, 31 years today. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. So, are you seeing line 3? So happy anniversary, guys, and we miss you on the Crest. I'm gonna see what happens.
Wow, sure.
Ronnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
I saw the light, I've been baptized by the spin of the wheel and the fire of its light. I'm born to win again, it's the wheel of me.
That's good.
Now, let me tell you what's funny about this. That was a person claiming he's Ronnie Dunn from Brooks and Dunn.
Okay, I love that.
No, but you don't understand, Greg. There's more. There's so much more to this. Should I go into this or no?
Sure.
Well, so we have been told by a very reliable source, and then Bubba has confirmed it, that Ronnie Dunn from Brooks and Dunn has started listening to the show. No, straight up. He's become good friends with somebody that we know very well. And
Rick, that's what he said when I talked to him.
And Bubba saw him with this person that we know.
Really?
And so it's not the person that we know was saying, "Oh yeah, I've been talking to him about the show. We've become friends." It's I'm trying to figure out how they became friends. But at one time, he had a new album coming out. I was even talking to his manager saying, "Hey, we want to have him on." For some reason, that never worked out because of this connection. Well, I thought, that was kind of the end of it. And then Bubba actually sees him in person. And he confirms that, hey, he's into the show.
So I'm going to step out and say that wasn't him.
That wasn't him. But with the fact that the guy chose that name.
It is funny because we haven't talked about it on the air.
Yeah. He could have called and pretend to be any country singer.
Are we sure it wasn't him?
I don't.
Yes. Ronnie Dunn can actually sing.
Well, God, Greg, that guy wasn't bad.
Yeah, come on.
He wasn't horrible.
And it was over a phone, too.
That's true.
What if it really was Ronnie Dunn? What if it was really Ronnie Dunn?
Yeah, I doubt that he would call
You don't
up
think
and
Ronnie?
sing a cute little
Greg,
song.
he loves the Will of Meat.
Oh, well, maybe.
Not as much as Big Daniel, but he loves it. Hey, look, he's back here. Look at Big Daniel. He's shining like a little light back there.
He's spun that wheel.
Josh in Prattville, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. Go ahead, Josh.
Talking about the baseball stuff, the biggest thing, that the complaint from the pitchers, I think, is that they brought this to Major League Baseball's attention. Trevor Bauer was tweeting about it all the way back in 2015 and 16, and then started doing it. And baseball told pitchers specifically and told teams specifically this year was kind of a freebie. We're going to collect baseballs to study them, to take a look at them, but we're not going to do anything about it this year. And if we make a change, it'll be in the off season. So to make the change in the middle of the year, that's kind of what pitchers, I think, are complaining about.
Okay, so you're saying there's been talk about this, and they were told we're going to really see how much advantage it really is and study it all season, then make the change in the off season, and now they've done it in the middle of the season. Okay.
That's right. And that was Tyler Glass now for the Rays.
Yeah.
That got hurt, and he was talking about having the injury thing. That was his main thing, his main concern. And he talked about after one start without the sticky stuff, that
we played that.
He could feel.
Yeah, we played that. Yeah, we played that audio. So that's what he was talking about.
I thought he gave the best rundown that I've heard a pitcher give on the matter.
Well, this makes
sense.
He
did a really good job.
He's saying you haven't given us time to adjust, and so now we're having to adjust in the middle of the season, and we're getting hurt. And now you got the guy Bubba's talking about saying we're going to lose control of the ball.
And technology has also played into this because used to they couldn't track revolutions of the ball
spin rates
and all that, and the technology is just amazing now. And when they did this crackdown, Rick, the spin rate on the ball has dropped dramatically. So they can't get the action on the ball they were getting either.
Right. Yeah. So it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see, and then we have another.
And the pitchers will bring up something that the batters are doing in the not too distant future to try to even this out.
Have you seen, speaking of Major League Baseball, the story that we have a Major League player that's suing his pastor? You seen
Saw
this
that.
Yeah, that went.
Saw that.
We'll do that story.
World Series MVP, by the way.
Yeah, suing his pastor. We'll tell you why when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, you heard... We talked about going to the break. Now, how do you say the guy's name? Ben Zobrist? Zobrist?
Yep.
Ben Zobrist, and he did give the Cubs. He was part of the team that gave the Cubs their first World Series in how many years? A ton. But anyway, so he this is a well-known pitcher in Major League Baseball, and like you said, is a World Series champion. So we have a lawsuit.
I think he's an infielder.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry, the pitcher had him up there. I thought he was pitching, by the way. He was standing up there. But anyway, he's a player. I guess he's throwing over to first. Zobrist. And now
he delivers a pitch
it's
under the pitcher.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't know what position he plays.
Yeah.
I know he got a couple big hits. Maybe he is a pitcher.
Yeah, the pitcher, it looks like, but I mean, he could be throwing to first, but then underneath, like Bubba says, it says Ben Zobrist of the Chicago Cubs delivers a pitch against the St. Louis Cardinals. You think he had to be called in to pitch, but he's really not a pitcher? I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He's the bigger story.
He's a second baseman.
Yeah. Why would they say delivers a pitch?
I don't know.
You think it's just some idiot who wrote the underneath?
Maybe it's a play on words. He's delivering, this as the pitch in a lawsuit of $6 million.
Yeah, so $6 million, and who he is suing? His pastor. And that's the key. He is suing his pastor for having an affair with his wife. Wow. The pastor.
Can you sue somebody for that?
Greg, well, this is a new thing because
contentious interference.
Yeah, that what they're saying now is that these people have entered into a legal contract, and you have violated the contract by coming into someone's marriage. Now, this one's going to have a little more than that because he's also going to allege that he was taking his charity. And he'd set himself up with the salary and all this too. But he is using the affair as part of it because he said even the pastor started wanting to work for my charity. I didn't realize he wanted to work for my charity so he could keep seeing my wife. And so he, as I said, led the Cubs to their first championship in 108 years. The senior pastor at the Community Bible Church in Nashville began meeting his wife. And says here, for intimacy, according to the civil complaint filed in May. And while he said, and this is the thing that made it really, really devious, the pastor, Byron Yawn, was giving counseling to the couple to help them with their marriage with all the stress of, him on the road all the time and all this kind of stuff. So while he's supposed to be counseling them to help their marriage strengthen and not have issues, he begins to participate in an affair with the husband. While claiming to help the husband and the wife, he takes the wife for himself. So
it's confusing, doesn't it?
So I think she's a Christian singer-songwriter as well.
Yeah,
which makes this even
more heinous.
Yeah.
So anyway,
this is all accused at this point.
Yeah,
right?
and so then Zobrist says that the pastor Yawn became active in the Patriot Forward charity and used his role in that organization as they're accusing in their complaint against him that he was just using that to continue to see his wife while he was out on the road. He also gave himself a salary there at the charity, and so he said that once we fired him from that position, when all this, I guess, came to light, they are alleging that Mr. Yawn somehow continued to receive salary checks, what they say is fraud, until May of 2019, and he cashed these checks with the full knowledge that his position had been terminated. That's also in the complaint. And trying to, he's being accused of something that I can't pronounce, breach of
fiduciary duty.
See how hard that is? As his,
and I'm not saying it right, but I know the word.
So he's saying, look, you were my pastor and you were the head of my charity, and you intentionally inflicted emotional distress on me by carrying on an affair with my wife.
In other words, the term would be like, your lawyer or your accountant representing you and your interest.
Right.
And he's saying that he was in that role and he broke that.
And so he wants this guy to be taught a lesson, and he's suing him for $6 million.
Goodness.
Yeah.
And they all the different reasons.
$3 million compensatory and $3 million punitive.
You know, he is saying the thing that you agree with. You know, nobody wants to live in a world where you cannot trust your own pastor not to have an affair with your wife while he's giving you guys marriage counseling. And then of course he gets in on the charity and they're alleging some issues there too. So it's an ugly thing.
Yeah, it is.
But once again, we're seeing this become a trend, and I understand the situation where people are saying, you know, these friendly Henrys that get around and start interfering with people's marriages. You know, we're all kind of tired of the marriages. Sometimes survive, sometimes they don't. But there's a mess left behind, and friendly Henry just rolls on with his life. Because you certainly don't want to go out and commit a crime by physically harming them or killing them or something like that, even though you might be able to get off in some states. But they're saying, is there any recourse for the spouse that's been left out here at all? And I think we're starting to see people saying, well, you know, marriage is also not only from a spiritual standpoint, when you have a person claiming to be a pastor, if all these allegations are true.
And they're just allegations at this point.
And the allegations here, if they stand and they're confirmed, you know, you see the writer of Hebrews saying a marriage is to be held in place of honor by all, and may the marriage bed never be defiled, and that God will deal harshly with those who go after what He calls holy. And so I think this, you know, if this pastor is doing what is alleged, he really has bigger problems than what this husband in Major League Pitcher is going to do to him.
Rick, it doesn't look good for him
if he doesn't repent.
Yeah.
You know, he could be forgiven if he repents. But it's a nasty situation, and it just causes so much damage in so many ways beyond the obvious.
Tennessee Civil Code includes language allowing plaintiffs to show injury caused by conduct, quote, so outrageous that it is not tolerated by civilized society, unquote.
So anyway, so we will see.
But you see more and more of this.
Yeah, well, because people are saying, what is the recourse for the person who was participating in the marriage, is innocent in all this, and this person came into my marriage, lured away my husband or my wife. You know, it could be a woman, could be a man that did it, and then these people destroy not only what Scripture calls holy, but what the state calls legal, and nothing ever happens to them. And so I think there's some people saying, if a person decides that they cannot reconcile the marriage, and they want the person who caused all this, who came into this marriage from the outside, that these people should be held accountable in some way. And of course, this one's a little different because it has the charity tie-in, but still, part of this is the part of him disrupting the marriage while claiming to be a marriage counselor. That is part of the lawsuit.
Well, and like you say, some states are looking at this as a legal binding agreement, and you're tampering with that, and that's where they get in some legal hot water.
Be interesting. It's sad because of on the bigger picture. I mean, I hurt for everybody involved in this.
There's 3 kids involved as well. So
but the thing that is so heinous about this, and we live in a fallen world, and these are just all human beings, and human beings are depraved people. But for a pastor to be accused of this, and if it turns out that it is all true, the confusion that's going to cause within that congregation, the confusion when pastors claim to be representing the church and the one and only living God, and they've been given the responsibility to shepherd a flock. When this kind of stuff happens, the damage that is caused is mighty. So anyway, we'll see what happens. Terrible story, but the legal lawsuit part of it is what's brought it into the news, and the fact that it's a Major League Baseball player that's won a World Series and is suing his own pastor for $6 million. That'll turn into a story for you real quick.
Yep.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. We thank you for being with us today. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba interns, Millie Vanilli Wafer, and picking and cheering. They're earning their degree in common sense as they take your phone calls, and we'll get to those at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Almost 28 years in the old number 2 seat.
Tip of the hat to you, sir. All right, so
Back at you.
Brett Favre has weighed in, and we'll get to some of your phone calls here quickly. Brett Favre has weighed in on the New Zealand transgender female Olympian, and Favre says in a recent episode of his podcast, he said, it's a man competing as a woman. Bottom line, this is unfair. It's not fair for a man, even if this person wants to be a woman or feels compelled. If you want to become the opposite sex, that's fine. That's your own choice. Got no problem with it, but you can't compete against the females. Males cannot compete against females, period. If I was a true female, I can't believe I'm saying that. And he said, and I was competing in weightlifting and lost to this person, I would be beside myself.
Rick, you're talking about Laura Hubbard from New Zealand. I saw an interview this morning with another female weightlifter from New Zealand, and she said that she had all the records, was set to go to the Olympics, planning on going to the Olympics, and her coach called her and said, hey, we got a problem. All of your records were broke at a meet this past weekend. And she said she was shocked because she was like, no, wait a minute, I was way ahead. Nobody was even close to me. Who did this? And said it was Laura Hubbard, who she knew as a male.
Unbelievable.
And said now that she has moved into the heavyweight division, she owns all the records in New Zealand. She is going to represent New Zealand on the Olympic team. That her coach urged her to lose weight and go down a weight classification so she could compete and get into the Olympics, and that's what she did.
So the one who normally had this role in the team had to go down to a lower division
yeah.
Because this world record holder, or record in New Zealand, I guess I should say,
the New Zealand record.
New Zealand record, the national champion, was defeated instantly by the now former male turned female.
That is correct. I saw her interview on Fox and Friends this morning.
And you know why that happened? Because it's a man now in the female division.
She's got bigger muscles than any female in New Zealand to lift weight. That's the bottom line.
So she wipes out the national record holder just in one meet.
And it's only just begun.
Oh,
we've seen it in high school track in Connecticut. We've seen it in New Zealand. And there's a lot more of it to come, ladies.
Yep.
I don't understand why we don't see this and understand what I'm saying. This is the thing that human beings seem to have always had the problem since the fall. I want to do whatever I want to do, and I want to be denied nothing.
Yep.
And see, what we could say is, well, if
rules.
Yeah,
rules.
If you want to live as the opposite gender that you are biologically, you certainly have the right to do that.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, don't harm others. We're not going to adapt the whole society to that because you've given us a few. There's a lot of, like I've noticed now, most places are going to restrooms that just have male or female. You can say goodbye to the urinal; it's going away. I went into even the men's restroom at a place the other day that was relatively new, not a urinal inside.
Oh, the great urinal.
The urinal's going away. So, but anyway,
better take the sink out.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, we do have restrooms now that people just don't want to play this game, and they just say, look, whoever wants to go in there, go in there.
Yeah.
But they do them like single seaters where we don't have the inappropriate, situation that we thought was pretty glaring and obvious, but apparently not.
Having a wife that has competed in sports, having a daughter that has competed in sports. And I'm glad they had that opportunity. I'm glad to have coached female sports. But this is just not going to work long term. This is a flawed idea. And the people who are pushing this, I really don't know what their deal is. I can't really follow their logic in this because it's just going to destroy female athletics.
Well, I'll tell you why.
The true female.
Yeah, no, it will. But let me tell you why that nobody is thinking of that very, very straightforward, common sense, logical, scientific, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's not, there they go again. No, it's anything to do with a biblical worldview. This is scientific. Yeah. Now, do we believe this is also covered biblically? Yes. But it's also scientific. We think it's scientific because the lawgiver is revealing what he did. But anyway, however you see it, no matter you can't come up with any way to look at this and it not be what it is. Okay? Now, this is the problem with human beings. But I want you to understand, Bill Bubba Bussy, so you'll know. The world, society has said, we want people to be able to be whatever they want to be and do whatever they want to do, and that's more important to us than even fairness. I mean, because what it would mean is if I do anything to tell the person that says I identify as the opposite sex, I have to accept that fully or I'm a terrible person. What we should say is if that's how you want to live your private life, more power to you. But I got to tell you this.
We can cover that later.
When it comes to athletics, you're going to have to participate in the gender of your biology.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to do that, then you don't have to play sports. You can go do whatever. But you're not going to leave your sport, and then it applies to your private life. You can go do whatever you want to do. But when you come out into athletic competition, if you're a biological male, you're going to compete against males.
Yeah.
And then you can even say this. You can say you're a woman competing against males if you want to. That's fine. But we're not going to let you move over into the female sports and dominate it. We're just not going to do that.
Well, let's ask this question. Why do we have female sports to begin with?
Right. That's why.
Because it's unfair competition with
Correct.
the males. So now we're just letting the males move in there. Greg had pointed out yesterday that this Laura Hubbard, while she has now transitioned to female, and I don't know how far, what stage.
Yeah.
But the Olympics have their numbers on what you can have in your blood and what you cannot. And she meets that qualification, okay? She does meet that.
Flawed qualification.
You got to do it for a year.
But even at that level that they allow is 5 times higher than a normal biological female.
So you wonder how they came up with that level.
So it just seems to me in an age where they're just obsessed with doping and unfair advantage and all this testing.
Every little thing.
That they're letting the most blatant unfair advantage just go through like nothing to it. I mean, it's just crazy to me. There's no logic to it. Doesn't make sense at all.
No, this
and here's the thing too. And I heard this, and you talking about a head scratcher on this. I heard one of the proponents for this, and they want to talk fairness, and said they are going to use Title IX to force this through in places that are denying the trans
Florida,
athletes
Alabama.
the ability to play as females. Title IX was put in place to protect females.
Correct.
Yeah,
but they're saying they're going to use it to force it through. And I'm like, boy, I tell you.
But that goes back to what I said. The thing you're not allowed to do is you're not allowed to say the emperor has no clothes on. You're not allowed. You have to accept this choice.
It's unfair.
This choice, and if you do anything to not recognize it completely, then you're a horrible person.
The only thing you can't do is object. That's the only rule in the now ruleless society.
Well, here's what I don't understand about the point, Greg, you've made. Why didn't the Olympic Committee just take the allowable testosterone level down to the highest they've ever seen in a biological female and make that the standard? Why would you let the standard
because
still be?
Rick, they probably wouldn't qualify.
Right, but when you go, well, I mean, nothing I do about that. I mean, it seems like it would have given you an out.
But eventually, this is going to be male sports and trans sports. The females are going to be left out for the most part. Not 100%, but for the majority.
Well, if this is your daughter, biologically and everything, and she's the top of her field, and some transgender woman comes over and defeats it in the first meet, how does that feel?
You're right.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thousands have...
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here shortly. All right, so Bubba, I came in today, and you're like, well, there's more Biden news out of the wonderful world of the Biden family. What have we got now?
Oh, how about Joe's son? He's dead.
How about old Hunter Biden?
Huh?
How about old Hunter Biden? Don't you know that throughout, sadly, throughout the life of the Bidens, there's how many 2 a.m. calls have they gotten?
Oh,
how many? And look, any of you that have had trouble kids and stuff like that, you know what I mean. I've talked to so many families are like, that 2 a.m. call. You're just sitting there thinking, when do we get another call that this, that, or the other? And the Hunter Biden stuff just continues to. It just and it's not going to matter. I mean, I know everybody thinks you can. Oh, here's something else. It's not going to matter as far as the president is concerned. But boy, it's another doozy today.
Well, it's just, I think, another case of a president that's got a handle in his immediate family.
We've
run this list down before. All of them have had one.
Yep, you have it.
And I think Hunter is going to be Joe's Achilles heel on this. Rick, it appears that Hunter accidentally overpaid a Russian prostitute $25,000 after a night at a hotel near L.A.
$25,000.
Now notice the word Russians in this story. Don't miss that.
Yeah. According to this story in the Daily Mail today, he actually owed her $8,000, but accidentally overpaid her $25,000, and it was in an account that is linked to Joe.
So or 8. Yeah, and I was that a tip, or did he just accidentally?
That's quite a tip,
wasn't it ever?
I
tell you, 8's pretty strong.
It is.
I started to say,
Hunter's quite an experience.
Hunter is not shopping for discounts. That's
he's
for sure.
not.
Oh, look right here. Look right here.
Oh, now this is when the Secret Service actually came and knocked on the door and intervened in this. According to this story.
Say that again. Intervened.
Whoa, now. Oh.
Well, they sent text to it.
Yeah, and I saw those texts that Adler just showed. Look,
and
look, they're trying to say,
and basically said, "Hey, we see some activity here that we need to ask you about."
Yeah, and notice they're using the code word for the president that's linked to his account, and said, "Hey, we're getting called every."
I think this may have been when he was a VP. Is when this actually happened.
Yeah.
Because he had the code name Celtic.
Yeah, right. Do you see the one that it says, "We are at the door, open it"?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Right.
Boy.
No, Hunter, he's a side, ain't he?
Look at this. Look at this right here. I promise, be right down, sorry. They're going, you realize you've done something here and you've linked it to the account of the vice president. Are you kidding me? Well, just imagine what the Secret Service had to deal with this character. Can you imagine?
And a Russia.
The things we haven't heard
keep
about.
in mind Russia.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the word Russia again. I know that.
You think that could be a spy situation?
Well, let me ask you something, Mr. Bussey. If you were an enemy of this country and you wanted to compromise our country and you wanted to exploit our country and you wanted to put yourself in a position of strength over our country, and you said, we need some information, and somebody said, now I'm going to bring up something that it may seem as obvious as the nose in our faces. Why don't we send one of our ladies to go see that vice president's son, Hunter? I understand he's up for anything.
Yeah.
And it's something that the enemies of this country have been doing for as long as.
You talking about taking advantage of weaknesses, Rick?
Yeah. Send the women in. And Hunter, Hunter, it's like shooting fish in the barrel.
It's been universal. I mean, if you look back at history, we tried to get to Hitler through his girlfriend and Castro in Cuba.
So this will be another embarrassing story, but nothing's going to come of it. I mean, it's
no. Just throw it over in the pile of the rest of them.
Right. It's not going to.
There's another.
Apparently, when he tried to run a charge on the first time, his card didn't work, and Wells Fargo sent him a fraud alert. According to this story.
No, this is me.
No, it's actually me.
You know how they'll call you and say, "Hey, did you buy gasoline?"
Are you in the Ukraine? Yeah, well.
Are you with a Russian woman right now? By the way, trying to do a transaction. Yeah, that's me.
I know you're up in the hotel room. I can't figure out why you're trying to charge $8,000.
Right.
Wow. Talking about room service.
And did y'all say it turned out to be $25,000?
Yeah.
He overpaid a little.
Well, he tried to charge it on one card. It didn't go through. Then he kept trying on another, and then, like the first charge, he started to go through. Then there was a hold on them.
I see.
And they went through. So before it was all said and done, it looks like about $25,000 in charges.
Okay.
I mean, that's
that a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Did they ever ask for the person providing the product to give a refund? Say, or do you just kind of say, "Well,
hey, we made a mistake on the swiping"?
There's
consider that a tip.
Yeah.
There's actually a text chain on this, and he does reach out to this person.
Oh, he does.
Her name is Yana, Yanna.
Hello.
Who would soon text him back and said, "I need to get with you. Basically, we can clear this up. Better if you call me personal." And said, "No worries, you can have the rest back." And said she doesn't want to deal with the bad karma from keeping it.
Karma.
And I'm paraphrasing that.
I bet you are.
Yeah, I'm in a minefield here.
I understood.
I'm
what?
tiptoeing.
Be careful
through
where
it.
you step,
Yeah.
and so far so good, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is, she says I will refund the overcharge. Bottom line.
And see, the Secret Service caught.
She don't want the karma, Rick.
She caught the Secret Service guys caught wind of this, and that's when they tried to get in touch with Hunter via text, and were not having any luck, and they went to his door.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the Secret Service people had to remind Hunter that one of the cards that he was using was actually shared and tied to Celtic's account, which would be Joe.
You talking about the Vice President of the United States of America?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. At the time, current president. How about Hunter? Can you imagine if you sat down with somebody who had the responsibility of Hunter Biden as a Secret Service? Do you realize how long do you need for that lunch? If he says, "You want me to just tell you everything I went through?" I mean, do you just go ahead and mark off the rest of the day?
Rick, you better mark off 2 or 3 days. So,
I mean, do you call up to the front desk and say, "Cancel my appointments"?
Who do you think is a bigger handle for Joe? Is it Hunter or his brother? You know, his brother's been in a bunch of
or himself.
But
or me.
It seems like the brother has a little more savviness and a little less drug and alcohol problems.
Yeah, he's
dirty.
got a sleazy business.
Yeah, now he's dirty.
Lobbyist.
Selling access.
Now he's dirty.
Now Hunter's selling and buying everything.
But Hunter is that person that can't keep it down home.
No. Trouble.
Yeah. You don't like him. Yeah, Hunter can't. He can't. Well, we got to all walk through this.
He got some problems.
Joe Biden has used his 47 years of influential positions in our government, and he's taking care of his family. His brothers have done well.
Oh yeah,
his
millionaires.
His son has done well, but the son has just been a train wreck.
And Rick, remember the son who just put some paintings out, which looks like something a pre-K class did, and they were bought for $500,000. Now you talking about funneling money to somebody?
Yeah. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I go with Greg's comment. Just take that Hunter Biden story, throw it over on the heap.
Yeah. There's getting kind of tall.
There's a dumpster over there.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Much to do as we go forward. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we are ready to talk to you. Lines are available. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Gregory, how'd you sleep last night there, baby brother?
Oh, I slept good. You know why, Rick? That Helix mattress. I love that thing. Custom made, by the way. You answer a few questions, and they fix it the way you want it.
Yep.
And it's a great, great mattress. I love it.
What did you put under the category of the firmness of the mattress?
I went with medium.
Okay. Medium. And you sleep on your stomach and your side?
Yes.
What, Lisa?
Side, probably.
Yeah, side. So you ever give her a little snuggle up?
Huh?
You ever snuggle
up?
No,
that bed's so big now, she tells me to stay on that side. We went up to the king size.
Well, if you want to get yours right now, hey, they even have a Helix Plus mattress if you need something even bigger to sleep well, as you just heard Greg talking about it. They were named the #1 best overall mattress pick by GQ and Wired Magazine. It's about 2 minutes online quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences, what Greg and I just talked about. And then they ship it directly to you. It's got a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. So you have nothing to lose. And we're saving you $200 on your HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress by using that URL, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's start with Catherine out of Moulton. Catherine, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, fellas.
Hey, Catherine.
As a female who has been a part of sports for the past 43 years as a player and a coach, I really appreciate you addressing this issue that we are facing.
Oh, it's an issue.
It's a bad issue because I see both sides of this, and I do believe that everybody should have a chance to compete because, that's what I've been a part of for years. But I think we need to put more focus on finding a place for everybody to compete fairly. It all comes down to, like you said, a natural male and a natural female science. It's basic science. A male is going to be quicker and faster than a female. There's no matter what you do.
Stronger.
No matter how you try to change it, anything. Stronger, quicker. And nobody's paying the females attention, and we have to fight like crazy to get equality in the sports as it is.
Yeah, well, Bubba stated the obvious. If it didn't matter, we would have never separated the genders ever to begin with. We would have never had it separate. Yeah, and we
would have never done it.
Yeah, and we did it for a reason. Well, I'm with you. I think we're going to have to get to the point where there's biological female, biological male, and then a division called transgender. I just don't think there's any other way to make it fair. Let's go to Birmingham. John standing by. John, listen to ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm getting your opinion on Rush Limbaugh's replacement, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. And I think that would be a great interview for Rick and Bubba or Rick and Bubba University.
Have you listened to them yet?
Have they been on yet?
Yes, I've heard them one day.
Do you like it? I haven't heard them. I'm just asking your opinion. What do you think?
Oh, it was excellent. No complaints here.
Is Clay going to continue to do his other stuff, or is he just going to solely do this?
I imagine this will be.
I think he kind of backtracked and kind of left his sports talk.
Okay.
All right. So our
Rick, I don't know. I did listen to them. What day was it? One day this week, and I think both of them do great jobs individually.
Oh, sure.
Together, a little different. It's just how do you
probably going to take some time to get some chemistry there.
Rush,
so John, let me ask you this, and Bubba, maybe you can answer because
the comedy of Rush, the pauses of Rush.
Well, Rush is one and only.
They're irreplaceable. You can't do that.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is, can we find another show that also will be popular?
Exactly.
But let me ask you on that note, what does it? Are they acting like? Hey, they don't call it EIB. All that, right?
They call it Clay Travis and
Buck Sexton
show.
Okay. And so everybody who had Rush in this time slot now has this show?
I don't know if it's I don't think it's everybody, but just.
I had the right to say I don't want it, right?
Yeah,
but I'm talking about
they
offer it.
They offer it.
They offer it the same thing.
And a lot of them bit on it.
Okay. Premier is offering them, I think. One of the others is offering the guy from Fox. What's his name? Dan Bongino.
So two different syndicators are still trying to fill that slot, right?
The thing I worry about with both of those guys is the humor. I don't know if together they're going to have the humor that I think really made that go.
Yeah, and listening, I'm now listening to the podcast.
It's early, though.
I'm listening to the podcast that Premier has put out with James Golden, Bo Snerdley. He's now using his regular name. And that podcast tells you, really, really lets you see. When they interviewed David Limbaugh, his brother, Rush's brother, he said that Rush really was, like a lot of us are to a degree, the perfect combination of his daddy and his mama. And he said Mama brought the humor and the comedy. She was a total cut-up. And then Daddy brought the knowledge of the political system and conservatism and all that. That came from Dad. And the comedy came from Mom. And he mixed both of them really brilliantly. And but you have to understand, this is there's only one person that's going to do it the way Rush Limbaugh did it. As we've even said on this show, and to the good, the bad, the ugly, you can't out Rick and Bubba, because, and you can't out Rush Limbaugh, because he is uniquely himself. And what you try to do is say, can we come into this time slot and do a pretty good job too, and keep a big enough audience and be successful. But to say if you're trying to compare everything to Rush Limbaugh, then I would just I'd put the brakes on that, because that's not going to.
And Rick, I don't want to be critical because they just started.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about when I say this. You're taking two guys who were number one guys.
Yeah.
And trying to put them together as two.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to have two number ones. You kind of have to have a one and a two. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I do, because when I've talked to people in radio that really go out, and this is what happened here, and find two personalities, put them in a hotel room, let's see how you guys interact.
Right. And
you can't make the chemistry happen. And this show kind of built from me doing the show by myself. Bubba was added. Bubba grew. Bubba established. People were added. We almost took it and added to it as it went. If Bubba had been doing the Bubba show and I'd been doing the Rick show,
it might not have meshed.
Yeah, and all of a sudden everybody said, "Hey, you two need to do a show together." Bubba be like, "Well, I've been kind of accustomed to this being my show," and I'm over here saying, "Yeah, I've been kind of accustomed to it being my show," and now when do I talk? When do you talk? You know what I mean?
It's
because we've
like,
been accustomed to being the monologue guy.
It's kind of like when you have a sports broadcast.
Yeah.
You have a play-by-play guy and a color guy. They're both you love them both. They're both intriguing, but they have different roles.
Yeah,
and they sound different, and they bring different talents to the table. But if you put the right two together, you can have a really cool product. And I just, like I said, I had a very small window to listen. But I like both of those guys individually. I just don't know together. We'll see.
Well, here's what's going to really blow everybody's mind. But I get, sometimes things just don't ever get on your plate. Yeah. It's not that you're against it or for it.
Yeah.
I've never heard Clay Travis. I've heard Buck Sexton more than you.
I'm right the opposite. I've never heard Buck, but I've heard Clay.
So we were going to have Clay Travis. Back to the caller's suggestion,
Yeah.
We had him scheduled to be on the show from Greystone, and that fell through. He ended up not coming at all.
He didn't come to the tournament. Yeah.
So we want to talk to him. We'd love to interview both of them. That'd be great if there's a way to do it. We continue with your phones. Let's go to. Wes in Springville. Wes, 30 seconds. Go ahead. And all timeouts have been used, so we're on the rough cut now.
It's actually in Spanish for, but I wanted to ask you a question on the Hunter Biden thing. Can you just pay for a prostitute with a credit card? I mean, does she have Square or?
That is a good question.
Does she have the register that she types in your order and spins it around for you to sign it or something?
I understand they say that. I tell you what option is not on there. And that option is no tip, so it's always customized.
Or cash back.
Right. Yeah, I think it's like a lot of things,
credit or debit.
There's a lot of things out there. It's different. It's different levels of quality of product. Some people are cash only.
Right.
And you get into the credit card world, so that's only for the elite.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Iowa. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How's it going, buddy?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Mike.
Sound good.
You're coming in, buddy.
Hey, first time to Alabama, I got invited to Talladega to the race.
Oh, boy.
My friend's uncle was racing in it, and we're down around the garage, walking around, and we walk up on this guy. My friend shakes his hand and everything, and I shake his hand, and I go, "So who are you?" this guy, he reaches up and pulls his shades down. He goes, "I've never been asked that a day in my life. My name is Richard Petty."
Who are you? Got a big cowboy hat with a feather on the front of it.
I've never been asked that a day in my life.
And a BC powder in his front pocket.
Mike, I've heard, you know how sometimes if you eat ice cream too fast, you'll get a headache?
Yep.
For you to have never been to Alabama and go to Talladega.
Yeah.
And run into
Richard Petty, the king.
That's too much to handle.
That's a lot coming in at a rapid pace. You're going to get an Alabama headache. We'll come back. We still have plenty of phone calls that we didn't get to. So we will get to those. That's the phone tro. We're done with that. So we'll come back and we'll just take calls for those of you that are left.
Rick, the Globetrotters are in the news.
Did you see that story?
Yeah.
Isn't that odd? We'll do that for you coming up next hour. More phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Wednesday Bible study back today on our YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Archived soon after. For those of you that have been normal participants in that, heads up reminder that's again today. If not, you're welcome to join us. The men have come back in the studio as well to enjoy it. Hey, do want to remind you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have lines available, and there's a number of calls still standing by. Do you want to mention this or save this for next hour?
Let's go ahead here.
Okay.
This is going to take its own thing here.
Yeah. I looked at it twice, thinking it says something different, but I think it says what it says.
Yeah, I think it does too.
Let's go to Kevin out of Auburn, Alabama. Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin.
Hey, AJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
We hear you.
Hey, I want to touch base with regards to the baseball player that's suing the wife of the pastor for interfering with their marriage. There's an argument for the wife of the pastor to sue the wife of the baseball player for interfering with her marriage.
No, I think you have it backward. You have it backward. The baseball player's wife, he and his wife were being counseled by their pastor, and their pastor has interfered with their marriage by having an affair with his wife. It's not the pastor's
I agree,
wife.
but so as a pastor's wife should be suing the wife of the baseball player.
I see. Okay. I get it. Yeah, I agree. She has grounds.
Understand the wife of the baseball player. She was old enough and a sound mind enough to understand the legal and the spiritual ramifications of what she entered into marriage.
Correct.
I would argue she was old enough to understand what's required to stay within those bounds.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I understand that the pastor was privy to the weaknesses of the marriage.
Correct.
He was able to prey on that.
Correct.
By far and large, men are much weaker than women when it comes to sex. And you guys just touched on that when you talked about how Russia, another country, used that weakness to interfere with our country.
Oh, that's been going on since the fall of mankind. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you make a good point, and I think that's what the husband is saying is you knew the state of our marriage because we let you in, trusting you as a pastor to help us from a spiritual standpoint, and you preyed on that. I mean, you make a great point. I mean, that is I think that's why you see such anger, and rightfully so, if all these allegations are true. Let's go to David in Pelham. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
David.
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to bring up, I thought years ago when Hitler and had the Olympics and Jim Thorpe was blowing away all the medals, that he tried to get some guys to compete in women's competitions as women to get some medals, and the Olympics caught him cheating, and they said they couldn't do that.
Say that again? Are you saying when Jim Thorpe was the world's greatest athlete, that people...
Was that 1936?
I thought
Jesse Owens was one of them, but I'm not. You may be right.
I'm sorry.
You mean Jesse Owens?
Jesse. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the main point is that Hitler was losing in all the male competitions. That he tried to get some men to compete in females to go home with some kind of medals, and the Olympics caught him. And I thought they made it clear back then you can't do that. Now I may be confused, but I could have sworn that happened.
I don't know. Now I will tell you, your credibility falls a little bit with the Jim Thorpe drop, but I mean, it may be. Look.
But didn't he do the Olympics too?
How about this?
But I don't know if it was the same one.
Guys, the Olympics have never allowed males to compete against women. This transgender thing has thrown them a curve, and they're trying to find a way to.
Now, Rick, we need to say not since East Germany.
Well, that's true. Yeah. East Germany was way ahead on this transgender thing.
Oh, buddy.
Let's go to Kenneth out of the great state of Texas. Kenneth, go ahead.
Hey, great show. I wish y'all were on in Texas.
It's a shame.
But anyway, I got a question about this transgender. Has anybody compared her statistics to a man that's running, that's trying to go out for the Olympics?
Well, we talked about a minute ago, the lady who had all the records in that category for weightlifting. This Laura, what's her name? Hubbard has broke all of her records to the point her coach advised her to change weight classifications because you can't compete with her.
And to your question about when he competed as a man, we did get information on that, and it looked like at the junior level he actually did really well. Now, I don't know how he did once he got older or when he transgendered, But yeah, to answer your question, he was a decent weightlifter even in the male division. Let's go to Leslie in Springville. Leslie, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just flipping over to Fox News during a commercial break, and I saw two different articles that just show the contrast in America right now. In Virginia, you have a school board meeting in Loudoun County where two people are arrested when parents are trying to speak out against their transgender and critical race theory policies that the school board's trying to put out. And then in Florida, you got Governor DeSantis requiring high school students to take civics and learn about the evils of communism. And it makes me thankful that I'm homeschooling this year and last year, and that I'll be able to teach my own kids about true civics and America the way it's supposed to be. But it still makes me sad because I went to school in Virginia for college and graduate school, and to see that state that I do generally love turn into this.
Yeah, it is getting to the point, and you're right, the law of diminishing return. There are Americans like yourself that really would prefer for their children not to have to be educated at home. I mean, they really don't want to do that. But there comes a point where the school systems that are available to you, both public and sometimes even private, become so wacky that you're just like, I got to step in.
Well, the number of parents at that meeting that were standing up and saying their kids are not coming back to this school. They don't want them taught critical race theory. They don't want this transgender thing pushed on them in sports and all this. And it was black and white parents.
Yeah.
All involved.
Well, that goes back to the skin. Remember, this attempt to create a soap opera or a sitcom that the left is doing right now, where we all belong in our little tribe and you're not allowed to be different, unique, or an individual. That's just not the real world. People have worldviews of all ethnicities, period. There's no ethnicity that you automatically get a worldview because of your ethnicity. And that's what is trying to be created right now, and it's awful. Todd in Missouri. Todd, go ahead.
Dad.
Yeah, I was calling about the transgender guy in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And I really believe that the only way this is going to really open eyes and change it is if this guy goes in and wins the gold medal. If he does that, I think that will cause enough uproar to show people, hey, this is all. This should not be happening. And hopefully that will open up some eyes to show that it's really an unfair competition.
Well, you would think that, but we already have, and Bubba's mentioned it many times, this Connecticut story where the state champion females in their track and field event, they're sitting there going, I was the fastest woman in Connecticut until the transgender men beat me. So, and it hadn't changed anything.
The media is going to portray it the way they want to portray it.
As a celebration.
And it's not going to change. That's exactly. They're going to celebrate it.
You're not going to be allowed to speak against it.
Yeah, you're right.
And there'll be some people that'll come out and speak against it. They'll be called mean and
they'll
try
be
to
canceled.
silence. Yeah. But what you'll see is a spin on it going, well, look at here. The first transgender, is what you're going to hear. The first transgendered woman to win a gold medal for New Zealand, if it were to happen. And that's what it's going to be portrayed. It'll be portrayed as a celebration. And then there'll be people like you, sir, and us that have walking around logic. We will say, hey, this isn't fair. And there'll be some female coaches that'll say this isn't fair. And all those people will be called mean and be told to go back to where you came from. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, it's another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we move on.
For the losing man, when a number one son goes by, the cards with the devil's hand. That he got real sick so quick, for walls never understand. I was the one that got good with the gun, took the money from the rich man's hand. So water, cool water.
The late Eddie Money brings us back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, interns, Millie Vanilli Wafer, and picking and cheering. And there's Bill Bubba Busk.
Rick, glad to be here. Glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Sweet Georgia Brown, Harlem Globetrotters. We talked about this story. We don't really fully understand it, but
I think I'm getting a handle on it here a little bit, Rick.
The more we read it, the more we're kind of like, I think it says what it says.
The Harlem Globetrotters, Rick, a team that says that they have won over 27,000 games, played in 123 countries. Since their inception in 1926, say they want their shot at history and where they belong in history with the NBA. The Harlem Globetrotters say it's high time for the NBA to make them part of the highest professional basketball league as a franchise. In an open letter to the NBA commissioner, the Harlem Globetrotters called on Silver to recognize the team's decades of contributions to the league. They say as the NBA grew, you were able to attract the best black basketball players, but we remember who helped the NBA get all of that started. It went on to say you can't just act like we don't exist anymore. It's time to right the wrongs and rewrite history. It's time for the NBA to honor the Globetrotters for what we have done for our sport, both here in the U.S. and around the globe. The team, as I said, since they started in 1926, has won an amazing 27,000 games.
Against the Washington Generals.
Notable players that started with the Globetrotters, Wilt Chamberlain, Connie Hawkins, Nat Sweetwater Clifton, all got their start with the Globetrotters before entering into the NBA. Now, Rick, when we grew up, we knew the Globetrotters from seeing them play and their cartoon on Saturday morning.
Correct.
Meadowlark Lemon, Curly Joe Nail,
I loved
all that.
They came to Pete Matthews Coliseum.
Yeah, I saw them several times. So, Rick, in 1940, the Globetrotters won their first World Basketball Championship, defeating the Chicago Bruins.
Yeah, this is all interesting. I didn't know all this.
In 48 and 49, the Globetrotters twice defeated the world champion Minneapolis Lakers of the NBA, influencing the discussion over black players being allowed to join the game on a professional level. So, again, this was pre our exposure to the Globetrotters and the NBA, but apparently when the black players were not allowed to play in the NBA, they played on the Globetrotters team, and the Globetrotters team was defeating the NBA champion in exhibition games.
Correct.
So following the victory over the Lakers, Clifton became the first black player to sign an NBA contract when he joined the New York Knicks in 1950. They say with players advocating for social justice and racial equality in recent years that they think the Globetrotters, because of their innovation and their contributions to the league, namely NBA's integration, and brought it to where it is now, that they should be rewarded for that and given a franchise.
Yeah, they're saying the reason why there's so many black players in the NBA is because of us.
Yeah, so there wasn't any before us.
Because we went out and started beating all the other teams, and so the NBA team started signing black players who play for the Globetrotters.
Yep. How about Wilt Chamberlain starting as a Globetrotter?
Now, I will tell you.
See, now you're going to have to come up with a white Globetrotters, and it'll all be the opposite, because can't none of them get in the league.
Right. Well, it's
when I was a kid and we loved the Globetrotters, I used to think, man, I bet they could beat all the NBA teams. I thought that. Of course, I don't know about throwing graffiti up in the audience with that fake bucket trick.
I think if you look at it, and like I say, I'm sadly missing my history of the early Globetrotter days and the NBA.
Well, it's be hard for you since you weren't born to see
it. We pick it up with Meadowlark and Goose
and Geese Osby and all that.
And,
so
Curly Neal.
It looks like it was a real team.
Marcus Haynes.
Before it was a comedy team.
Yeah.
And they're saying that they can, the athletes that they have are, a lot of them are NBA or almost NBA players that have played on it. They want their own franchise.
Yeah, there you go.
But it'd be a little different now. I understand that the Globetrotters were going to the all-white teams and beating them, but they go in the league now. They're just going to be playing themselves every game. I mean, the competition level is there.
In fact, I promise you that none of the NBA guys left and went to play on the Globetrotters.
No,
I'm talking about if they could be in the league now, they would be.
Correct.
See, Adam Silver back in December mentioned before the start of this season that expanding the league was something that they were looking at. So I think that's where the people who are behind the Globetrotters now, and I don't know who officially owns them, is thinking of this. Now, Seattle has been reported as a top choice for the league to expand back into. The city used to have the Supersonics.
Yeah, whatever happened to Supersonics?
They left in 2008 for Oklahoma City and became what is now the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
The NBA last expanded back in 2004 when the Charlotte Bobcats, now the Hornets, were added.
That's so funny right there.
And the Hornets were there, gone, and then they came back, right to Charlotte, because didn't they go to New Orleans?
I don't know.
Yeah. Can anybody in the room outside of Greg, because he did this legitimately this morning, it caught me off guard. There are 4 teams left in NBA playoffs. Can you name them?
Yes, it is the 76ers and the Hawks in one division, and the Suns.
No, you're wrong.
It's not the. It's the.
The Hawks have they moved past the Sixers. There's 4 teams left.
Okay, wait a minute. It's the Hawks and in the East.
Globetrotters.
Globetrotters. In the West, I know it's the Suns and the Clippers.
Bingo.
And in the East, wait a minute, I'm going to get it. It's the Hawks and the. Gosh,
what team does Magic Johnson play for? It's the last time I watched NBA.
I saw the Sixers the 7th game the other night. I can't remember who.
I have no idea.
That's right, Milwaukee Bucks.
What? Milwaukee Bucks?
That's why I brought this up.
What am I thinking? I saw that. Yeah.
Clippers, Suns, Hawks, and Bucks. I don't think any of them have been in it in forever.
Been a while.
See, I remember the Bucks good when we were little because Lou Alcindor went to them, and he played there for a few years before he went to the Lakers. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing him play when he was Lou Alcindor.
I don't.
And Bubba somehow Bubba said, I didn't realize the Globetrotters got by me in 1940.
Yeah. You don't remember them in 1940?
I just didn't know the history of it completely.
Since you had not been, it's 24 years for you to be born.
Right. But I do remember seeing Lou Alcindor play for UCLA, one game.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
It was a little tight.
Okay. Wasn't it? I don't know if it's Texas Western or Texas El Paso.
Yes.
Back in the 60s,
I've
they
seen
did a
that
movie. Glory Road.
Kentucky.
Good movie.
Glory Road's a good movie.
He was the first guy to go, okay, we got to have these athletes playing.
Mm-hmm.
And he started all 5 black players and won it all and beat Kentucky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And was Rupp not the coach?
Yes.
Not casting a very good light in that movie.
No, he's not at all.
Yeah. Didn't John Voight play him in that movie? Rick, you're all over the road.
It was West Texas, wasn't it, Hams? It's now El Paso.
Texas Southern or something.
Not Greg.
Greg, you still out Texas.
Something like that.
I don't. It was Texas something.
Is Greg the basketball expert on this show now?
He was able to name all 4 NBA teams.
Greg, how did you know that?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I didn't get one.
Hams, I got 3 out of 4.
I got 3 out of 4.
I had no idea. None.
I knew.
All the big stars though are like out.
16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. I was scared of all the things I'd done. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. And what is that she's got out there? Is that from the zoo? Y'all been to the zoo? Okay, we got some people outside that are coming by watching the show today. And it looks like that's a cool stuffed animal.
Is that a meerkat?
That's a meerkat.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that meerkat right there. Look at that right there. That's cool.
He looks like he could get into something.
Yeah, he does. There it is. So hey, baby.
You gotta love the zoo.
Yeah, so
Look at her hugging him.
a couple of things that we have to talk about, Bubba. And look, I've got a little bit of a COVID update here, and this is where we're headed now. COVID. Bubba, you knew this was coming. Federal court, a potential showdown looming. 8 students who say we want to attend Indiana University in August, but the school is forcing us to take the COVID-19 vaccine, and we say that is unconstitutional, that you cannot force us to take the vaccine in order to get an education at your college.
Well, I don't know how that's going to play. The federal courts have ruled that a hospital can require the people working there to have the vaccine.
That's my next story coming up.
And they fired a bunch of them in Houston, and of course they're appealing that.
153 employees who refused vaccine have either quit or been fired in Houston.
And I know sounds like a lot of people. It's a small number of people considering the number of people that work at that medical operation. I heard it was several thousand that actually work there. But this is kind of a new area of law that we're not really used to. I mean, we used to hear you had to have your vaccinations before you went to school, but there were exceptions to that, although few took that exception. But you see a lot more concern about it now. So I don't know if the schools would fall under the same mandate that a private business would or not.
Well, here's the deal. Here's what their lawyer is saying. It says that this is in violation of the 14th Amendment and state law. And they say the attorney general there, who's a Republican, issued an opinion last month saying the school's initial vaccine policy clearly runs afoul of a new state law. And see, that's where we may not be informed because we don't live in Indiana.
Right.
It says Indiana law in numerous cases have held public universities to be arms of the state and therefore required to abide by the mandates set in this new law. And it says it noted while state law prohibits public universities from requiring proof of the COVID-19 vaccine, it does not prohibit them from requiring the vaccine itself, which is interesting. And they're saying the new policy, Indiana says they're not going to change their vaccine mandate, and they say this has to happen for them to return to a safe and normal operation in the fall. The students are saying, but yet you're forcing us to take a vaccine that may not be safe at all. So how about our individual rights? So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen, because you're going to see more of these. And as you said, the other one is the Houston hospital. We have these 153 employees who quit or have been fired, saying that they can't be made to get the vaccine.
And speaking of the courts, we've got more Supreme Court rulings coming down that look like they'll be kind of interesting here. We'll get to those in a minute. One of the other...
Well, I was going to mention the Fauci thing there. Fauci warns the dangerous Delta variant. Watch out.
That's known as the India variant.
Because you can't say that anymore.
Right, you can't say that.
No, it's the Delta, and then I understand there's a double Delta.
Now, India has said they have a variant of the Indian variant, or the Delta variant, and they're referring to it, I kid you not, as Delta Plus.
I'm going to call it double Delta. Double D. So
well, that'll get some headlines, Greg.
Hey, the variant.
Yes, it will.
Hey, the variant's problematic. We got a variant. It's problematic.
So I know the president wanted 70% of the country to be vaccinated by July 4th.
Not gonna happen.
Many say not going to happen.
Not gonna make it.
But again, remember this: with Fauci and all the others, they're saying the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC now, she's saying that we know that the vaccine works against this variant. We know it. And Fauci's kind of echoing the same thing. And then there's always the people like us, the inconvenient, organic, free-range antibody people. It's almost like they're acting like we don't even exist. Because you think that you live in a world where there's vaccinated people and people who have been unvaccinated who have never had the disease.
Right.
But it's like there's somebody said, well, what about the natural antibodies people? Aren't they okay too?
Well, that's problematic.
And I'm like, well, you don't really. Won't you just say either you don't know or yes they are?
Don't know.
You know. So what? Because this
because we know, at least personally, I had a test a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I've got the antibody 6 months after.
Yeah, me too. So
Going strong.
So here's what I'm asking the question though. They want to unofficially say that if you have natural antibodies, it won't stop the variant, but our vaccine will. And I know that's what y'all are trying to sell, but I'm just not buying. And because I just don't think that's true. Now, as far as people not taking it,
it may be true, but I don't think we have enough evidence.
But you don't
to
know it's true.
We don't know.
Yeah, anybody says they know that's true,
right?
I think that's hogwash. I don't think they know it's true. I think that they've got a lot of vaccines and they feel better about everybody being vaccinated. And I understand that. If they think that's the answer to finally end this thing once and for all, I understand that. But you still have to be honest. And to me, antibodies are antibodies. And if the vaccine can fight off the variant, then your natural antibodies likely will as well. Now, I'm not a doctor or a scientist, but it doesn't seem to matter anymore because real science is kind of gone by the wayside.
You don't know what to believe.
Yeah. So,
and I understand that the battle is to get rid of this virus before it can mutate outside the range of our defense.
Understood.
Which we, maybe natural one width and maybe vaccination another. We just don't know.
But remember, Bubba, because of the ones we've had in the past, if I really want to get everybody in line, I kind of have to admit. Let me tell you why I'm saying this. I know we've had stuff like this in the past, but this one has been in a laboratory, and we went ahead and played games with it, and we've moved it ahead, so it really is more dangerous than the others because we manufactured it. And see, nobody wants to say that. Now, that would get everybody's attention.
Yeah.
Because they would say, don't look at the viruses of the past because we had not been doing the research to move it ahead, and it got out.
Gain of function, isn't that the name of it?
See, if they came back and said, look, this thing started with gain of function research, so it's way ahead, that's why we have this urgency. But see, you have to admit that in order to get that out there. We'll be back. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. But the old town just seems so hopeless. All right, so we got a brand new sponsor. And anybody want a box of awesome? I tell you what, I'd like a box of awesome. What's this box you just got down that came to your porch today? It's a box of awesome. You can find out about this. Add some fun and excitement into your life this summer. The Summer Bespoke Post is here to take your adventures to the next level with a new lineup of must-have Box of Awesome collections. Now, Bespoke Post partners with small businesses around America and emerging brands, and they want to bring to you the most unique goods every month. Now, I want you to think about this. No matter what you enjoy, Box of Awesome.com has you covered, from travel and outdoor gear to some summer styles that you'll enjoy, even grooming goods, and so much more. Their collections cover every part of your life. Now, here's what you need to do to get started. All you have to do is take a simple online quiz at boxofawesome.com. Then, based on your answers, that helps them to give you a box of awesome that is uniquely you. Or if you want to give a gift to someone else, it'll be designed for the things they like, uniquely for them. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free and super easy to sign up, and you can even skip a month or cancel anytime without any hassles. Each box costs about $45, and it'll be guaranteed to have at least $70 worth of gear inside. You're going to love this, too. So right now, all Rick and Bubba Show listeners get 20% off that first box, so no problem there. Sign up at boxofawesome.com and just enter that code Bubba at checkout. Check it out today, folks. You're going to love this. Boxofawesome.com, and the code is Bubba to get you 20% off. Bubba, we were supposed to have a baby boom because of the pandemic, weren't we?
Well, Rick, despite spending more time at home due to the pandemic, the U.S. is in the midst of a baby bust, not a baby boom. U.S. births have fallen for nearly a decade, and 2019 saw the fewest births. That's hard to say.
That is very hard to say.
In 35 years. The final numbers for 2020 could slip even lower. An estimated 300,000 fewer babies are expected in 2021, according to a study by the Brookings Institute. It comes as the pandemic has created a turbulent labor market that has disproportionately hurt working women.
Sure.
Yeah, it all has to do with that. School closings, daycare closings,
mask
limits on public gathering. And according to them and the story, it says surveys reveal that many couples are delaying having children. They want fewer children because of the pandemic and the economic strain that it has caused.
Well, I also blame streaming services. Because people, instead of being bored and looking for something to do, they sit there and they can binge watch till everybody falls asleep.
Yep.
And I think that hurt. And your kids got stuck at home with you too. It's not like they were somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's all.
You can only clean out the closet so many times.
Yeah. This was not a moment of opportunity that maybe it looked like.
I think, paper, it looked good, but in reality, it just didn't work out.
In reality, there were a lot of obstacles to overcome.
Yeah.
Lots of obstacles.
Not to mention the stress of a worldwide pandemic.
You know what you weren't able to say? You know what you weren't able to say? Hey, the kids are gone because they couldn't go.
Couldn't send them anywhere.
No. Honey, how many episodes this we're going to watch? Let's watch 2 more. Hey, let's watch 2 more. Everybody's asleep. Yeah. Just stupid streaming. So
we got 3 more episodes.
Right. What about when it hits you and you realize, I can't make it? There's no way.
I know.
Yeah,
but I really want to know what's about to happen.
No way I can make this. See, I don't like that because
cliffhanger. Dang it.
Well, I try to tell Sherry all the time, no, let's stop right here while we're conscious and coherent.
We end up watching half of it.
You know what I mean? And then we'll come back and be something to look forward to watch the next couple of nights. We'll go, hey, we've got to pick up and watch. But she won't. I'm like, honey, we're not going to make it.
Yeah. Which state do you think saw the largest drop in births?
Which state? California.
Well, you're close. Hawaii, 30% less.
Wow.
California, second with 10%.
How about that? Well,
how about that?
There's all kinds of factors on California's birth rate being down.
Yeah.
San Francisco being a blazing example.
Right.
But it is.
That'll do it. That'll do.
That's it.
They're even saying when you look at Google Trends, online researches for pregnancy-related terms were even down last year.
Right.
So everything is down.
Right.
Down.
Everything. Well, let's face it. The pandemic did not lend itself to romance. It just didn't.
No, it did not.
It's not like a snowstorm.
No, it was nothing like that. Snuggle up, a little bit cold outside. It's nothing like that. I mean, it was a miserable experience.
I don't know.
And how about this?
When you're
y'all
locked
can
up,
variant me all you want to. I ain't going back. The variant may get me. I'd rather it get me than go back to that again. How about this? Not going back. Not going to do it again.
Refuse.
I'm not going to do that again.
Do you think the amount of time that people were locked up too played into some of this because everybody was getting on everybody's nerves?
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, I told you. Look,
Yeah, it had the opposite effect what they were thinking.
Oh yeah, you can get too much of anything, including each other.
Yeah.
I mean the company.
I got you.
You know, sitting there looking at that same person every day.
Yeah.
Like Sherry said, I miss missing you.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a great line on her
That
part.
is.
That was a
good
great line. Hurt my feelings, but it was a
summed
great
it
line.
up, you know?
Right. Look, ouch.
Oh,
But-
wow. Hey.
But I understand what
Hey,
you're saying.
still here.
Well, you know what I realized? That's the husband and wife relationship. She's the only one allowed to say that.
Yeah,
That's
right.
You say it. Move.
Oh, buddy. Let's go to Al in Tennessee. Al, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Fired up. Can't stand it. Got to go.
Man, let me tell you. Hey, I think that the fact that parents didn't want their kids to play soccer also went into the bust going on right now.
No doubt about it. Soccer has been, my dad, God love him, he tried to warn us. He was like Paul Revere, the British are coming. We wouldn't listen. And then, and he stood against it. When he was a high school athletic director, he would not allow it. And, he was ostracized for that, called backward and outdated, but he was trying to save this country. and now that it's happened, as he predicted, it has ruined the country. And now we can't even get a birth rate. Let's go to Wes in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Wes, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. It's Brett, but that's okay.
Okay, that's all right. I don't know why everybody calls you Wes, but go ahead.
Hey, I just call me anything, but don't call me late for dinner.
Right.
If the about the natural antibodies, one of the things that seemed to work the best against the COVID virus was when they gave plasma of people that had the natural antibody.
Correct.
So if the natural antibody doesn't work, then why were we doing that? But I think Fauci needs to sell a lot of the vaccine, or he's going to look like more of an idiot when all of it expires.
Yeah, you're right, because we talked to Todd Jones, and I've talked with others, and they said when they got on the plasma, that was like somebody just said, "Hey, good news, you're taking a turn for the better." And the plasma is people with natural antibodies.
Well, all of it makes your body produce antibodies,
Correct.
whether you use a vaccine to do it or you use having it.
So how do you say one is inferior to the other one?
Well, I don't know. I'm not.
I would almost go the opposite and say the natural is probably stronger than the manufactured.
Well, you just don't know.
I mean,
knows?
if I just was walking around thinking about things.
Out loud.
Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I had to get on to Greg for a second. He missed a great opportunity. This morning he talked about Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon's really tried to help the birth population this year.
You are correct.
What's Nick Cannon done?
Nick Cannon is expecting his fourth child within a year. This will be 4 kids in 1 year.
Nick
Now,
Cannon.
he did have a set of twins that kind of helped, but still, that's hard to pull off.
And inside 1 year?
Yeah, Nick's working on the birth rate.
And
now, who is he married to?
Oh, well, now nobody, but his latest is
he was married to Mariah Carey.
Yeah, they got like triplets or twins.
Greg, you got them triplets now?
I think so.
You were saying twins
I
earlier.
think somebody
Tell you
said
one thing, you
triplets.
better watch Nick Cannon.
They may be twins.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, I mean, that was the story. He's expecting another child before the end of the year, and that'll be his 4th for this year.
So
how
this
many
drop in
moms
birth
are
rate is
involved?
not blamed on him.
Is it all one mom?
No.
I started to say.
You can't do that. That's impossible.
Yeah.
So how many, Mama?
I guess 3 more.
3? Because one's twins.
And then Mariah Carey. So that's to be 4.
No, is she having a baby too?
No.
No, talking about just this
he's
year.
got like 7 or 8.
I'm talking about in this year.
Talking about
in
just
this year,
Greg,
it's either
Greg,
2.
your numbers are very confusing.
I think it's 3. isn't it?
It's
Or is it
3.
two?
It has
Yeah,
to
it's
be.
got to be
Think
3.
about
It's
it,
gotta be
guys.
3.
You got to. I mean, one woman can't have
Right. When
2
you
in that
when you
time.
said 4,
Buddy, you're the Nick
when you
Cannon
said 4
expert.
in 1 year, and one of them were
One's a set
twins,
twins, and
so that'd be
there's
3
2
women.
Yeah.
Because one of them got 2.
Yes.
And then the other 2 are
1 and
singles.
1.
That's right.
So he's impregnated 3 women inside 1 year.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, don't know. I don't think that's some kind of record, but he said his statement. We're supposed to multiply, and I said, well, you're living up. You're living up to that.
Kind of inside the
I think it's
confines
when he
of
started
marriage.
wearing that turban.
Yeah. He.
Ever seen him when he thinks he's cool with that turban?
Yeah, I have.
It looks like an old woman's shower cap. It's not even a cool turban.
It's not. You're right. All right, we'll be back. 866 we be big as a number, Bubba. We have cows. Have you seen this in Los Angeles? Man, they tried. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start
we got cows and we got goblins.
day without them.
I don't know. Bubba's trying to get a hand signal to me for the Supreme Court, because he's our official Supreme Court ruling guy. First of all, let's hit a couple of these.
How bizarre.
Oh, baby.
I said it's making me crazy. And every time.
And whack it, wow.
Bubba, they tried. A herd of cows in Los Angeles led sheriff deputies on a chase through the city of southeastern Los Angeles County after escaping from a slaughterhouse. I mean, how about? But look, they tried.
They made
I
a
mean,
run
you
for
got to give them
34 cows.
Yeah, you got to give them props for trying. 34 cows. Really, it was a look right here. Go, please look. Please get a look at that.
Wow, they are making a break for
Well, look, it was a slaughterhouse, Greg. Somebody got the word to them. Somebody said,
it
"Look,
looks
we
like
got."
they're making a Schlitz malt liquor commercial.
I'm sorry they're not yielding to.
Who opened the slit?
I just love those commercials. They come busting through the door.
Hey, but y'all, the fact they're running from a slaughterhouse, it's not they got out of a pasture. This makes this even better. It's like the time we saw those chickens trying to get away from Tyson. We were like, run!
Oh yeah.
Look, Greg, what if you're in Los Angeles and these cows are coming through the streets? It's a wonder they didn't get shot.
Well,
But anyway,
one of them did get shot.
Did he really?
Yeah, one of the cows charged a man who was taken to a hospital, according to
mad.
Fox 11 in Los Angeles. The cow was later shot and killed by an officer.
Okay, well,
that was for the big
That
was for the big police cookout.
Oh,
yeah, that was for the barbecue.
That's side of beef for everyone. And then have you seen this? And this is the term we have to use now: influencers and YouTubers.
Yeah.
They're saying that some YouTuber like flew a hoverboard through is it New York?
I saw that
Times Square. Through Times Square.
Look right here.
Is that legit?
Is that legit?
It's the Green Goblin.
He can't really fly on that.
Where do you get that?
Can you really do that? Is
looks
that
like
real?
He's on a cable.
Isn't that like the drone? See all the little propellers around the side of it?
Right. And there he goes, right through Times Square.
Rick, we're getting to that part. We're going to have that flying car.
I'm kind of excited.
Getting close.
I'm looking forward to it. So, Bubba, and then our Supreme Court rulings, we didn't have a signal for it, but I know what you got.
Yeah. How about this? We're getting more rulings coming down. The Supreme Court ruled today that a Pennsylvania high school violated the First Amendment rights of a cheerleader by suspending her from her team for using vulgar language that criticized the school on social media. In an 8-1 opinion, they upheld a lower court ruling against this high school, Mahanoy area high school's decision to suspend then-student Brandy Levy from her junior varsity cheerleading squad over 2 Snapchat posts she had sent while off school grounds. The justices had weighed whether the 1969 court decision, which held that public schools have the ability to regulate certain speech, applied in this case when the speech had occurred off campus.
So
there you go.
So
Supreme Court,
she's allowed.
they've been busy here, hadn't they, rolling them out?
That's so important.
But it's odd that we're seeing 9-0 and 8-1 verdicts in a lot of these cases.
So they're saying if she's doing her own social media, has nothing to do with the school, she can say whatever she wants to say about it.
And if she instigates it off campus, I guess. But I don't know how that. That ruling in 1969 was long before social media. So
it was.
Who knows?
Did you see back? This is Daniel's here from San Diego. This is your world here, buddy. San Diego Area School District has voted to fire a head basketball coach because he threw tortillas. His
Did
team
he throw them?
His team did. Did you see the video?
They threw tortillas at the opposing team because they were a school that they call mainly Latin American players.
So tortillas,
and when the game was over, tortillas were thrown.
See,
so somebody had to go to the store and buy a bunch of tortillas.
Right. And they're saying that this.
Here it is. Here's the footage of it right here. It was after the game. I think you're going to see
the two coaches were getting into it. They had one of them said that's why you don't talk blank. Now get your team. And
see the chips coming down there.
Yeah, and there's tortillas coming in, and some. But there was a whole deal between the two coaches. There was a.
They ain't friends.
No, they're not friends. There's the tortillas coming down. So,
hate to see you throw away a good tortilla.
I know it.
Kind of made me hungry. I will say this.
There's other ways to protest.
Yeah, hold a sign up or something.
I hate to see food pay a price.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this. Can y'all? I don't.
No spinach.
You know how you have these things in things in life when you try and do better that you can pass on and say, I'm good. I'm not going to have that. Tortilla chips is not one of them. If I sit down at a table and they put a basket of chips on that table,
my little hands going in it.
They got salsa and my friend Chizo out there.
If they queso, I'm gonna drag right through there.
Let me tell you something. You put
like a drag strip.
You put a basket of chips on the table and some salsa and queso, and you don't know where I'm at. You'll see me in a minute.
Just that old hand show.
Yeah, I'll run my hand off in that. To the phones we go. What about this is John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
How y'all doing?
We're good, great. John. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I was hearing on the news yesterday, they said that most kids don't want to take the vaccine. That's the reason why 70% ain't going to be a July 4th. Don't they should know that the only reason why we ain't taking it is because we don't know what's in it right now?
Well,
Dan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's well,
clearly you don't want to lose any brain cells,
right? Well, what we've said, John, to support what you're saying, I think that the people who haven't been truthful with us from the very beginning, and I'm not saying that the hysteria is warranted, but when you catch people not telling you the truth about the pandemic, and not telling you the truth about some of the things that could have helped people, and demonizing points of view that involved. The Wuhan lab, when you find out and mask, when you hear that they were not telling the truth, it does. I understand people being suspect of the vaccine. I completely understand that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. And the fact that it's 99 point something % survivable, especially if you're younger.
Right.
If you were talking about 50%, you'd have another case here.
Right.
But I mean, the numbers just don't indicate that. Now, again, you've got these folks on the other side that said if we don't get everybody vaccinated, these variants are going to keep this thing alive for a longer period of time, and there may be some truth to that. So we just don't know, and that's the sad thing. We've lost confidence in the people doing it because we know we've been misled, and we know that there's shenanigans going on. Like this guy we talked about the other day, that the British scientist, Dasick, or whatever his name was, he was supposed to be our representative looking into where the virus come from. Well, he had made his mind up that it was not from that lab because guess what? He was funneling money to them.
Yeah.
So, when you have that kind of thing going on and then you're upset that the public has lost confidence in you, well, wonder why.
Exactly.
We're not stupid. Sometimes we don't act very smart, but we ain't stupid.
That British guy, every time you say his name, I think of the song Doozy.
Oh, I know. Doozy.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study today. For those of you that grab that every week, it's back again today, live at noon Central Time on the YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba.